Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. We are ready to start a brand new week with you with the kickoff hour. That's what we do. We kick things off, and then Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. And so they're all piling in, getting ready for another day, and we've got a lot to update you with. Don't forget, we are quickly approaching the deadline for Fix Mama's Mouth. Matter of fact, it is this Thursday, so this is the last week that you can get your mama's information in if you want Mama to have a new grill. And we're going to fix Mama's grill. But all the steps are at rickandbubba.com under contest. You need to go there. Go to rickandbubba.com, spell out and rickandbubba.com. Click on contest, and that'll be the top thing on there. Click that, and it'll tell you the steps on how to register Mama. You need to follow those steps, and you can do all that digitally. You don't have to mail us anything. Should be pretty easy. Just got to, get some information, check off the list, and then make sure she's officially entered so that the Dudney staff can take a look at all the entries and narrow it down to the top 3. And then that'll hit the website. And then on the May the 16th, I believe that's a Tuesday after Mother's Day, Dr. Dudney will be in, and we will talk about the winner and who was chosen by you, the audience, after we break it down to the top 3. So there you go. All right, so we have a lot to discuss this past weekend. We're Gregless, but Helmsy's here, and we'll explain in mere moments right here on the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up, buddy?
I'm good. A little goofy morning, but that's fine.
A lot happening. I can tell you this: I'm awake.
Yeah.
Greg and Lisa are fine. It has to do with the puppies. They're fine. So don't be concerned.
There's a part of me that wishes there's something wrong with Greg.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this: I did the classic thing. And that we do with our kids too. If they call it a weird time, I don't answer hello. It's like, what's wrong?
I know.
When I saw Greg Burgess last night, you'd come out on a Sunday night and Greg's on your caller ID. I just said, "Hey, buddy, what's wrong? Are you okay?" That's how we started the conversation. It wasn't hello, hey man, and he said, "Yes, we are fine." But if you're so far out of the loop and you don't realize that Greg and Lisa had a stray show up at their house and then got pregnant and had 8 puppies a week or so ago, then you're way behind. But that's what's happened.
Yeah.
And he missed a day because of that. It happened, and he had 8 puppies just getting dropped everywhere along the driveway and in the garage. And so they've been kind of nursing the puppies and making sure Mama's okay. Unfortunately, one of the puppies was just real tiny and ended up losing that one. But they do have the Elite 8. And they were doing fine, progressing. And then apparently over the weekend, Mama, named Millie, that's the Mama dog, had some type of an event where they had to be taken to the animal hospital there, the vet, and I think Greg said at 1 a.m. Overnight into Sunday, and they had to do surgery on her. I believe remove her uterus. If you just want me to just be real blunt.
I mean, that's what happened.
And that has left 8 puppies at the house without Mama, the Mama dog, which means that Greg and Lisa are the source of food for those puppies that don't want to be fed. So you have to get a syringe and really force feed them, as he would say.
Yeah.
And so he's taken today, as they're doing that every hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah.
And so he could be here late today. I know there were some things he needed to come over and do. I told him we could cover if he wanted to save the trip, but he said he would contact us mid-morning and let us know what's going on. Do you want to know how he hung up with me? You want to know what the last thing was said?
Can you say it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do what? Okay, hold on. Hey, I got to go. I got to feed the puppies again.
Oh, okay.
Okay, man. Sounds good. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I hadn't even had a chance to call Kate's back.
Yeah, I don't even know what to do with the information.
Right. I'll tell you this. I wish I could have videoed me telling you and seen your facial expression.
The same with Bubba as he walked in.
Yeah, I'm really mad that I didn't video me telling you. Yeah. So anyway, so that's why Greg's not here. Pretty good update there, I think. But so everybody seems to be okay, and I think the Mama dog seems to be fine too because they took it where it needed to go. I said, so Greg, let me ask you a question. So let me. I got to get this right. So you're having to pay for a surgery for a stray that came up to your house, and because y'all are kind people, you started feeding and making sure that little dog was okay, and ended up getting pregnant and having 9 puppies, and now you're paying for a surgery for that dog? And he said yes.
I bet that's a cheap surgery too.
Yeah,
especially on the weekend.
Right.
When you have to take it to the emergency vet.
No good deed.
That's real expensive.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Goodness
so that's where Greg is. This past weekend, RBU, Sean of the South, getting a lot of great feedback from that. Great Rick and Bubba University podcast. If you hadn't watched or heard that, you need to go back and search Rick and Bubba University wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe and listen. And it was a good deal. So this past weekend, I see where your family's been busy on the court. We got us a state boys state championship, and then a runner-up for the ladies.
It's been an active weekend. I was not a part of that.
Right, but that's still congratulations to the Hounds.
Yes.
I mean, that's huge.
Yes, good.
But hey, as I've told my boys that are trying to do stuff, they don't give that stuff away.
No, I know.
It's earned.
It is an awesome accomplishment, and they did a really good job, and they got back. I guess they wrapped it up. They ran into some rain on Thursday, which pushed everything back like half a day. So instead of them getting back relatively early on Friday, it was late Friday night when they got back. But yeah, congratulations to the Vestavia Hills, Alabama 7A state champions.
That's awesome.
The boys, like you said, finished first. That's back-to-back for them.
Yeah.
They won it last year too. So. There was ring talk last night about. I
remember that talk last year.
I told Braden, I said, if you can go get your ring from last year and show me that you still have it, I'll get you one this year. And he got it. So he actually has it downstairs. In a nice, safe place, which caught me off guard. Because I was fully expecting him not to have it and be lost. And I said, I'm not spending that kind of money for another ring for you to lose again. But he proved me wrong on that. So, yeah, the girls fell a little short. They won it last year, so they were looking at back-to-back as well. But it didn't go their way. So, but lots to learn. They'll get back at it. They'll be fine. Yeah. So.
Well, I saw that,
season.
and I thought, hey, that's a good deal.
Yeah, they got back late Friday night, and my weekend was so active from a strange, like, me doing things I normally don't have to do. Mm-hmm. I'll bring you up to speed on that. Okay. It's a very interesting weekend for me.
All right.
Odd.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
A lot to discuss, plus your phone calls. They'd be unscreened if you decide to chime in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. 16 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Got you a free silver bar. Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring is here, and we're all spending less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store, and the pre-portioned ingredients make it so easy to just get cooking and cut down on food waste. Snag special spring savings today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for 50% off, plus your first box ships for free. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg off today. Should be back, Lord willing, tomorrow. And yes, it has to do with the puppies and the mama dog, who they named Millie. Everything seems to be okay, but Mama Dog Millie had to have surgery, and now they're having to force feed the puppies. And we could go on and on. If you missed the first segment, I'm sorry, but we'll continue to update you. Right now, though, we do know that Helmsy's sitting right over to my left. I am Speedy, and so part of the Good Time Gang is here. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. So we're looking back at a very busy weekend. I know, Helmsy, you have an update. I know that I heard something from my wife that really, if we were all being honest, unless you just have a green thumb or you just love horticulture, most husbands don't want to hear, and that is, hey, we need to run to the nursery and grab some flowers.
Oh, goodness.
You don't want to. I mean, you almost want to hide in the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, hide behind a piece of furniture, and she doesn't even know where you are, and you can just act like you disappeared or something. And so I found myself in the middle of a very, very busy weekend planting flowers and pots and different things like that. And we can discuss that a little bit more on the selection of flowers and what do you get. And, is it full sun? Is it partial shade. What are we looking at? And then that whole discussion is just priceless. So I'm really mad I didn't send you some Snapchats so you could enjoy them.
I wish you would have. I was kind of in that world a little bit yesterday. There was, when the family gets home from a trip. You talking about them going down to Mobile for the state title? They just seem to. It's like the car throws up once it pulls in the garage. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they're trying to survive. They get in, and it's like a locker room.
And I get it. I completely get it. And so when I left Saturday morning, I looked and I thought, wow, so I'll have to clean that up at some point. And I mean, there's coolers and there's tennis bags and there's shoes and random shoes. There's shoes I don't even know whose shoes they are.
Right.
And just snacks and clothes and hats and just it's a mess. And I thought I'll get to that later. So that's what I tended to yesterday. But then that turned into kind of getting into I didn't have to put any plants out, but you get the blower out, you start blowing out the garage, and then that leads into the yard and into the sidewalks. And so all of a sudden I feel like I'm out here for over an hour doing this. And then I'm getting a speech about, what about that? What do we need to do here? What do we, and I wouldn't let her drag me into it.
Okay.
I said, listen,
I'm sorry, the blower's on. I can't hear you.
You what? Huh? Morgan Wallen's in my ear screaming about last night, and the blower's going. I cannot hear a word you're saying.
Yeah. Glad you're back, though, honey.
Love you. We'll get to that in 3 weeks.
Right.
And so, then I get the speech about we need pine straw. I know we need pine straw.
No, not that.
But the minute we put the pine straw out, the dogs are going to run, and they're just going to move it. Like they've got them a lane where they've pushed the pine straw out.
Okay. Like a running lane?
So we could put it out there, but in 2 days it'd be gone again.
Yeah.
So why would we put? Let's put some gravel there. They can run on it.
Yeah.
Like let's decorate.
Just put pine straw around
gravel.
that.
Let's make a track for them. If we're gonna do something, let's do something that's productive.
Yeah.
So she didn't win the pine straw battle yet. She will eventually. And the fact that I had cleaned up everybody's mess from the night before when they came in, that bought me some time.
Sure.
But I didn't have to dig and plant bushes. So what was that about?
No, well, it was it wasn't awful. It really wasn't. But just the process of trying to figure out what flour works and what we need in the pot.
Sure.
And, a year before last, we really did good there. Last year, you remember we lost that one flower and stuff, and she's asking me questions before I know it. I'm like staring off into space, thinking about something else. She's like, "What are you thinking about?" And you're like, "Oh my gosh, what do I say?" Because I'm not listening, but I have to try to play it off. But we finally picked something out, and thank goodness we've taken pictures in the past every year of what we have, so we can refer back to that.
There you go.
Now we don't know the name of anything. We just know what it looks like.
Sure.
So I know when people are working at these.
The pictures are smart because you can go up and say, "Hey, what's this?"
Right, and I know that the people that work at these nurseries, they get that all the time.
Sure. Yeah.
But like when you zoom in and go, what's that? What's that right there? And then, well, it could be that, or it could be that, or this is what you got. We faced west at the front of our house. So the front of the house gets scorched in the afternoon. And so it's got to have, but let me tell you, it's got to have full sun, 6 hours or more, or that puppy will not last. It'll, and the wind hits it like in Nebraska or wherever it's windy, Iowa, I don't know,
it's pretty windy in
Oklahoma, Texas, all that. It's just blowing we're coming off a ridge, and it's just housed through there. So everything gets beat up, but we finally got it. But Terry she's a big fern person. Hey, love the fern.
Amanda likes the fern.
Yeah, and she liked how one fern looked, but that one fern is too big for a pot. Now, we have some pretty big pots, 2 of them up front. Well, the lady says, well, no, just get it and saw it in half and then put half of it in one and half in the other. And so I don't think she's listening right now. But Saturday was pretty busy. JC had a doubleheader. I know Reese said he was going to play golf. It was a crazy day. But I woke up kind of early and I said, and I don't think she's listening. I'm like, I wonder what I can get done before the pointer comes out, and that's her standing there pointing.
Yeah, sure,
like I'm in trouble almost. Yeah. And so I went ahead and got that fern sawed in half, and got that puppy planted. And then hey, what are you doing? Well, I've been busy. Got that planted, got that done. And I'm thinking to myself, yes, I got that done. And then she helped me do the other stuff. She said, "Well, I'm out here now." I'm like, "Yeah, I see that. How you doing?" I had to take my AirPods out that I was listening to. But it was a good day. It really was. Love spending time with her, and I'm just blessed to have her, come out and tell me how to do it. It was fun.
Sounds like it.
It was.
I love being told what to do. It's one of my favorite things. I look forward to it on the weekends.
In all seriousness, I do want her to be happy with this.
Yeah.
That's her. Hey, but I know sawing it in half and planning it. I mean, I can do that part.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But just how to saw and how to hold it and all that.
I got up.
She's
Saturday
a sweetheart.
morning.
She really isn't a big handle. I don't want it to come across like that.
No, none of them are. And I got up Saturday morning when everybody was still sleeping in, and I did all the dishes, and I determined. I said, okay, this refrigerator. I don't know what y'all done, but it's got to be cleaned out. So I got some. I was actually listening to the Shaun of the South, RBU, and I cleaned out the refrigerator and freezer, and so that bought me a lot of just not having to do a whole lot the rest of the weekend because they got up and all the dishes were put up and the refrigerator was spotless, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, what happened?" Yeah. So that started my weekend off, but I did it because I was active, and I'll tell you why. Been to the airport lately?
What?
I had to go twice.
Oh my goodness.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And, of course, it's made right here in the USA. And, folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg off today. He should be back tomorrow. If you missed us explaining what's going on, you definitely want to catch up. It has to do with the puppies and everything. I think everybody's okay now, but his services were needed at the house this morning, and so we'll talk more about that during the main show. This portion of the show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Not sure that that Greg and Lisa were able to use their Helix Sleep mattress that much after talking to him and saying he's having to be up and feed puppies every 2 hours because the mama dog had to have surgery and is not there at the house, and so they're the source of food and having to feed the dogs. It's a precious little conversation that I had with him, but this USA made mattress is shipped right to your door, directly from their facility, right to your door. And right now, you can save 20%. You'll have about a 2-minute sleep quiz that they kind of want to know, like, how do you sleep? What's the deal? And the Helix premium mattress brand is kind of designed customly for you on how you sleep according to your answers from that sleep quiz. Then they go, okay, well, this is the best mattress for you. You just take that sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress. It takes about 2 minutes or less. Then your personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door, free of charge, too, by the way. They even offer a 100-night free, risk-free trial, too, so you have nothing to lose, because if you decide it's not the best fit, which is very unlikely, by the way, they'll pick it up and you can return it for a full refund, no questions asked. It's HelixSleep.com. Helix is spelled Helix. So HelixSleepAltogether.com/Bubba. It's an American-made product, and it come with about a 10 or 15-year warranty, too, depending on the model. So you got a lot of wins here, y'all. Also 20% off. Take advantage of it. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep, unless you've got 8 puppies that you're feeding and you're not sleeping that much. But you can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, too. All right, so when we went to break, you had
boy, an active weekend.
Tossed up the hey, I've been to the airport a bunch.
Yep.
And so how'd that work out for you?
So when I left here, this is just and it was all good. It was just busy and active. When I left here on Friday, I sprinted out of here and headed to the campus of UAB for graduation. We had 4 seniors this year, 2 of which stuck around and went through the whole walking and the ceremonies.
Okay, that's awesome.
And so our head coach is actually out of town, He's recruiting, and then got somebody. He's out of the country, and so
he travels.
He does, and so I was able to.
Were you the representative?
I was representing our group, and had to get there for pictures and and all that.
Coach.
And parking's great,
it's easy.
At campus on these big graduation days, especially when you get there late. When I left here, by the way, traffic could have been worse on 280.
Oh,
like I could have stayed here till 10:30, 10:45, and probably made it in the same amount of time. But I got there in plenty of time, got the pictures. We had a nice little lunch together and all the athletes. So the Friday graduation was student athletes only, which was a good thing because it wasn't as big and all that. And then some of them had made the decision they were going to do it again the next day with the which I don't get that. But I think they had family coming in that weren't able to see this one. And so anyway, but a couple of them
you
actually
didn't have to be there for that.
No, did not. So that was the big thing on my plate on Friday that I needed to do.
Yeah, I knew you were scurrying out of here to get there.
And the other thing that I wanted to do on Friday and knock off my plate was do inventory of all of our apparel and shoes and equipment and all those things. That was on my list. But my thought was go knock out the graduation, then go pick up Maddie, and then let the dogs out and let them out the rest of the day. And then you and Maddie can go back to your office at UAB, and y'all can do inventory together. This will be a learning experience for her. She can help you. That was just my mindset.
Right.
We'll grab dinner after, and then when we come home, we probably only have an hour or two before the rest of the crew gets back from Mobile. So that was the game plan.
Okay.
So graduation went great. When all that was over, I left, went home. I let the dogs out. I went and picked Maddie up, brought her home, got her a snack. We headed back downtown to
a lot of running around.
Yeah, and so went down there. She got a 101 class in inventory, and she was a big help, and it was fun. We got to do that together. And
no, let's count, honey.
Hey, honey, listen. The mediums go here,
right?
The largest go here,
yeah.
And then just stack them up, and I'm entering them in the computer in our little spreadsheet we have here. And so, why can't I do this now? Because we hadn't counted that.
Right,
it's
hadn't counted it. Help Daddy out. Somebody help Daddy.
And so, all right, now I need a new stack. Let's get us a new stack of stuff. And so it was fun doing that with her. We had a good time, and so then we went and grabbed dinner, got home, and I was right about an hour and a half, 2 hours after we were home.
So you're saying by the end of Friday you felt pretty good?
Yeah, I'd had a productive day, and I knew the rest of the family was getting back. So I thought, man, this is great.
It's perfect.
So they got in, and we were hanging out, and I told Amanda, I said, hey, listen, I said, just so you know, I said, our weekend's going to be interrupted with me taking a couple players to the airport.
Going back home.
Yes.
International
kids flying home. I said, so I'm going to have to run. Most of the guys that have cars and usually take them to the airport, they've already gone home. So they're not going to be around. And I don't want them Ubering. There's no sense in them, if they need me, I'm going to take them.
Okay.
And so that kind of started it off Saturday morning or Friday night. I got a text from one of them saying, hey, can you still take me to the airport? My flight's at 11 and probably need to be there. I'm sorry, my flight's at 1. I need to be there at around 11 something. I said, that's fine. I said, I'll pick you up at 10:45 and we'll go. So
now, is this a drop-off or do you have to go in with them and help?
It's just a drop-off.
Okay, so it's see you later.
They got a lot of stuff because they've been here forever. They're like taking all their stuff home. And then that's another funny thing to discuss because them deciding what they leave here and what they take. And for the ones that are not coming back, they're either seeing if the guys want it, throwing it away, or taking it with them.
Leaving for Coach to do inventory.
And so, this guy had a lot of bags. And when I pulled up, and it was good because I really hadn't seen him the last couple of days. So I had not given him the proper goodbye and been able to talk to him a little bit. And so,
were you slobbering at the curb there in the airport?
No, it is funny. Some of them it is a little more difficult to say goodbye than others, but it's none of them are easy.
Right.
And so,
because I would think if they're international and they're not coming back, it's like this is it.
It is, and that is tough.
Right.
So he was like, one of them was like, hey, I can't take my scooter with me, but I may be back. And I'm like, you're not coming back. What are you talking about? But won't you sell it to one of the other players?
Well, but you've been wanting a scooter.
Well, so I was trying to work a deal there too. That was my.
Why don't you leave it with Coach, and then if you come back, I'll give it back.
Don't throw that away. Like somebody will want that, and so
like me.
And he was like, "Well, I do need something stored in the thing for one of the other players that's coming back," and I'm like, "That's fine." I said, "Put all that in the back of the truck, and then all the bags that you're going to take with you, put just in the back seat."
Yeah.
And by the way, Maddie's with me. She's
this whole time.
She wanted to kind of go through this process too. She's like, I want to see what it's like to take the guy to the airport, and I'm like, okay, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
And she hadn't met this particular player yet, so she was all fired up about all that. And so we get him to the airport, and I've got a scooter in the back of my car.
The whole time.
Yeah, and
hoping that
he had another bag that he was leaving for somebody that's coming back in the fall, and we got a little area we'll store, and then some of the guys that are coming back, they've got this storage unit together.
Okay.
So they're constantly taking things there and whatever. So I get him dropped off at the airport, and everything went well. Okay. Then I had one of our Serbian players reach out to me, wanting to know if I knew where he could get some boxes that he was trying to get stuff out of his apartment, and his parents were actually coming into town. And then they were all going to fly out together.
Okay.
Back home after graduation.
Now, are you finally home when you get the call that you needed again?
Back home, settled in.
Got it.
And so then I get that call about boxes, and so I'm thinking, well, I actually do. The easy thing for me to do would be say, I don't know where any are, and move on.
Right.
But I remembered that, and I don't know whose they are, but there's a place where close to our storage, where we keep balls and our apparel and all that, where they're right outside of one of these doors. There's a ton of boxes.
Really?
I don't know if it's from the golf team or the soccer team or what, but they're obviously waiting on somebody to pick them up.
And
so I told him where they were, but he didn't know where that was.
Oh no! Of course he didn't.
So then I said, well, okay, I tell
Maddie,
you what.
how you feel
I
like
said, when you need them, and he said, we're trying to want to get into it now. He said, but don't whatever. I said, all right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. So I went down there. Walked him in, showed him where the boxes were and all that. So I got him taken care of. Well, then the rest of the day was dedicated just to hanging out with the fam. There wasn't a whole lot, going on.
You didn't get called anymore?
No, not then. But I did know there was another airport visit coming up.
You knew
on
that
Sunday.
was headed. Okay.
And so I gave Amanda a heads up. I said, listen, I promised to take him to the airport. He's not coming back. He's one of my favorite players on the team, and I want to do this for him.
Okay.
And so his flight left at 11 o'clock.
Sunday morning.
Yeah, and he said, is there any way that we could move a mattress before? and so I'm thinking, wow, so I wanted a sweet goodbye, not go move a mattress first.
No.
Of course, I didn't tell him that. I said, absolutely, let's get that done, and we'll move that, and then we'll take you to the airport. And so
I got to kind of know I want to know what he was wanting to do with it.
Well, let's just say we did away with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you properly disposed of it.
We properly disposed of the mattress. The problem is we could not. The reason he had to get it out of there is because for some reason he and his roommate think they're going to get their deposit back on their apartment.
Bless them.
And I don't know if they will or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't know what the apartment looked like before.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they'll get it back. Okay, just based off what I've seen, and it may not. I may be wrong in this.
Right.
Okay. But he, I said, let's throw it in the back of the truck, and we'll find a place to properly dispose of that on the way to the airport.
Wow.
So we did, and we got him to the airport, and I said our goodbye. But you won't believe what happened next. I got home and got another phone call.
You're kidding me.
No.
Somebody found a mattress on the side of the interstate.
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
No.
I wasn't sure.
No.
Okay.
It wasn't that. No,
So
we
you
actually
thought
did.
it was over.
Properly dispose of the mattress.
Okay.
That was not a bad thing.
You thought, hey, I'm done.
And I inherited another scooter.
What?
Yeah, you won't believe it.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BOUNCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 42424. That's BOUNCE to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
the gravy, please.
All right, 8 minutes until top of the hour. Greg off today, back tomorrow. Rick Bubba Adler will join us right at top of the hour for the main show. Well, now I'm kind of leaning on the edge of my seat here because I can't wait to figure out what happens next. Last segment, Helms was talking about being Coach Bullethead over the weekend with a lot of the UAB men's tennis players headed back home, international players that were having to go back and needed help getting to the airport because they can't bring a car with them. And so he was in the middle of that, thought he had everything buttoned up and was done. And you said Sunday after taking, I guess, what you thought was the last player to the airport, something happened.
So, and he's one that has meant a ton to me. And so I knew this would be an emotional goodbye.
Good night. Look at that.
By the way, the first one I dropped off,
Yeah.
I'll show you the text. The first one I dropped off on Saturday morning when Maddie went with me has just now got home, just texted me and said, I made it home.
Wow.
So he told me all the stops and the layovers and the delays and all that would be, but I didn't realize it would get into right now. So,
Wow.
and I think there was a stop at his granddad's house at some point. So I knew the one that I was taking yesterday was going to be a tough one for me.
Okay.
Now, look, I can put on a game face and get through it, but I knew from a heart standpoint, an emotional
like this guy.
standpoint, I like this kid a lot. You know, you have these kids that you hope your son grows up to be, and this would be one of them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I take him. He also has a scooter that he doesn't have anything to do with or nothing to. He can't take it with him, and so he's like,
You'll never walk again.
Can you store this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. I can store a scooter." And so
I'll use it too while I'm
so over the
storing.
weekend I inherited 2 scooters, but. So we do this big emotional goodbye. You can tell that there's a mutual, hey, you've meant a ton to me kind of thing. And so we say our goodbyes. We get all his bags and I head out. And I even sit there on the way, like as I'm leaving the airport, I'm thinking, wow, it's a little rougher than I wanted it to be. Like, wow, okay, that's tough. And I get home and I'm talking to Amanda about, you know, how we're kind of having some coffee and we're talking about that and all of a sudden the phone rings.
Oh no.
And it's him.
It's him.
And I'm like, "Hey, is everything okay?" And he goes, "No, not really." And I said, "What's going on?" And he goes, "Well, my flight's messed up." He's like, "I really don't know at this point what's happening, but they're not going to let me leave today." I didn't know at this point, is it a passport issue? Is it that they've just got the wrong flight or somebody messed up? And evidently whatever flight he was on was full and they couldn't.
What?
He couldn't just get on it.
So he's standing there in the Birmingham International Airport.
I said, "Well, I'll be back. I can come get you." And now you got to understand, we just turned his keys in to his apartment, so he has nowhere to stay.
I have a feeling I know what's
And
about
so,
to happen
well,
here.
no, so I'm sitting here. We get him back, and of course Amanda's like, he's got to, he needs to come here. There's no sense. And I said, well, listen, I said, there's 2 players still here. They don't have cars, but at least he'll have somewhere to stay. The only other problem is now his flight, he doesn't leave till the next day. So I can't take him because I'm working. You can't take him because you're working. And so he's probably just going to have to Uber. That was kind of my thought. No, he can't. We got to do something. I said, babe, what are we going to do? Like, I think I honestly love the kid, but we've done about all we can do at this point. So that afternoon, I had a break in the action at home, and I thought, I've got 2 scooters in the back of my truck.
Maybe he could take a scooter to the airport.
No, I had 2 scooters in the back of my truck, and I took him when we got him back. I took him to the Players Lounge on campus. That's where they hang out. And I said, just put your stuff there. We'll figure it out. And this way, you got a place to hang and all this. And so, meanwhile, I've got the scooters in the back. So I thought, well, I'll go take them later this afternoon. And I'll check in on him, make sure everything's okay, whatever. So he's there when I go to the office later on, and I get the scooters into the area where I wanted to get them, and I go over to the Players Lounge, and there he is. He's got stuff just scattered everywhere.
Yeah, well, now it's his house.
And I said, what's the plan? And he said, I'm going to stay with Carlos tonight. And he said, I'm just going to Uber tomorrow. He said, because I know you have to work, and he said, nobody else is here with a car. I said, that's fine. I said, that's a good plan. I said, what actually happened? Like, why, what was, did you ever get to the bottom of that? And I think it was on him. I think what he did was, and I think this is just a lesson for everybody. He booked the tickets back, I don't know, like 2 months ago.
Okay.
And evidently the airline changed his, like, sent him a bunch of information and said, hey, they had overbooked or whatever. We've moved you the next day. But he didn't look at any of that. He just, when he saw these coming in, he thought they were just confirmations for the day he was supposed to leave. His actual ticket that he had printed out had yesterday's date on it. Like so when he got there, he was like, but I've got to, he said, no, we've been telling you this has been changed for months. And evidently it was in an email address he never looks at, whatever.
No.
So,
man.
Nonetheless, he didn't fly back home yesterday, and he will get on a plane this morning. So what was funny is when I left the lounge to leave and go back home, the players' lounge, and he was going over to one of the other players, I said, well, I guess we get to say goodbye again.
You're right. Let's do it again.
So that was uncomfortable because we'd had this true, real moment at the airport. Now we're just kind of going, all right, man, see ya. So, and then I've got to take one more today at some point.
So you're back again.
Yeah, got to go. So this will be 3 times in 2 days where I've gone.
Do any of them at times mistakenly call you daddy?
No.
Huh?
No,
Instead of, okay, I don't know.
No. I think I am.
Like, hey, thanks, Dad.
I think I am a father figure in their lives, but they don't call me
and
daddy.
that's awesome that you are.
Yeah.
But I just didn't know, like, just mistakenly because you've handled so much for them.
Sure.
Thanks, Dad. Oh, I mean, Coach. Hey, how by the way, straight up, you'll never walk again on campus. Are you going to use the scooters?
I played with one yesterday.
Okay.
I think I can handle it.
Yeah. I've got a nice home for them in the back of your truck.
Yeah. I think, and one of them's even got one of those lock chains on it where I can lock it to my truck if I need to.
All right, we'll be right back. Main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. We are thankful that you are here today. We got a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week. This hour starts with the national anthem. About 8 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio. Go. Freedom, not a given anymore. We'll unpack another wild day. I mean, there's no telling what all has happened since the last time we were together, because it's been now not one day, but two. So anyway, We'll unpack that. We'll talk with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. A lot going on within the show all the way to the ends of the earth. So we'll update you on all of it. However you get the program, whether you get it live or you get it archived, we're glad that you are here. And you are living in a time with modern technology that you should be able to get the show in some way, shape, or form if you so desire. So be sure and tell others about the show. As Bubba said on our podcast over the weekend, it was one of my favorite lines. If you discovered the show for the first time, you're about 29 years and 4 months late. But we're glad that you are here. Speedy and Helmsy and Adler are here. Greg is not. As the saga of Greg's puppies continues, I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. I really am. I had a conversation with baby brother yesterday, and I don't even know what to say. So we'll follow up on that ever-changing story. But first, we need the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How do?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
It's the only way, that I can make it through. Yes, the only way now. Somebody say, talk about it. Every day, every hour, every moment, Lord, with you, yeah. Yeah, somebody say, it's the only way that I can make it through. Bubba, somebody say, it's the only way, baby. That's how everybody say. Thank you, Lord, for your faithfulness. Shine my face and keep my eyes on things to come. Every day. I said every hour. Somebody saying you take those U's up. Somebody, it's the only Kevin Derryberry.
Oh, Kevin.
Got a great Kevin story to start the hour. So, Bubba, stand by for your impression. Because my wife and I teach a class at our church, and it was our turn to teach yesterday, and we were teaching Psalms 100. So it's only 5 verses, but there's a lot there, and so Sherry and I were preparing it over the weekend, and I said, you know what? I said, Kevin Derryberry actually wrote a song based on Psalms 100. She said, are you serious? I said, yeah, serve the Lord with gladness. Mm-hmm. And we play that song a good bit. And I said, he drops a little Psalms 23 in there, but the lyrics are mainly Psalms 100. And she said, well, you know what? We should play that for the class to start and let's all hear that, sing along, and then we'll dive in. I said, great idea. We'll do that. So we were listening to it over the weekend, getting ready, and we did that. So I sent Kevin a note, and I said, just so you know, I said, we're going to start the class today with little Kevin Derryberry. And, of course, you know what he sends back. It just gets glory to God. Glory to God. It ain't me. I love y'all's class, but, I mean, I'm loving you. So, anyway, that wasn't enough. And then he goes, be in prayer for Connie and me. And I think it is happening right now. I think it's today. He said, we're getting on a train with my keyboards to New York City, and I'm going to set up on the streets and sing about Jesus. And I was like, now I want you to picture Kevin on the streets of New York City, probably just not far from the Naked Cowboy.
Right.
All right, with his keyboard set up, singing about Jesus. And
it would be funny if the Naked Cowboy wandered down and Kevin said, hey, you don't remember me, but we played a gig together.
Yeah. And Kevin would say, I've heard of serving the Lord with gladness, but what you're doing there is ridiculous. But I mean, did you expect that to be the reply?
No, I really didn't. So a train ride to New York from here.
Boy, that's a long one.
Man.
That's a long one.
And
I took the train to Atlanta one time just for fun for the kids. I didn't think we'd ever get there.
Those things are having a little problem staying on the tracks.
They are.
Now,
well, he just, he's got his keyboard.
He'll pray it up. He'll be ready.
Right. I guess he was worried about trying to get the keyboards on a plane. I don't get that.
I don't know.
Yeah. But
what about just, putting a strap on it, throwing it on your back, and riding a donkey?
Yeah. So I will say, I will say this: if you're going to New York, I guess this week. So you're not seeing things if you're a fan, if you're part of this show and you're walking, you go, I think I just saw Kevin Derryberry singing on the streets.
If you see Kevin, please go by, wave at him, and say, Rick and Bubba said stay in.
So he's just okay.
He's just going to sit up on the streets and sing about Jesus.
Well, he might have to check in with that
and have conversations with people. So I was like, you know how you look at a text, you go, I'm sleepy, my eyes don't see this right.
He'll be the fully clothed keyboard player.
Right. Yeah, that's about it.
That's right.
That's about the only one.
He'll be the only one, as Bubba said. So
I don't know where to start today. First, it's May 1st, or May Day, where all the good communists go out and celebrate communism because they're told to do so.
Yeah.
Right. So we have that.
Yeah, you'll probably see your favorite. If you have Democrats in your family or their friends, they'll be real happy today.
Right.
This is their big day to celebrate socialism and communism.
Thursday will be May the 4th be with you, and then Friday will be Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, it's a busy week.
What a week.
You got Star Wars and then Party Day out.
What a week.
We have to look back at Shawn of the South, who was our guest on our weekly podcast.
Got a lot of good comments at church yesterday.
Rick and Bubba University.
And a lot of good email.
We have to look back at your appearance on the Glenn Beck radio show.
Glenn Beck radio show. It's Glenn Beck radio program.
And we also have your brother not here again today. Which if he wants to work 4 days a week, I've been promoting that.
Right.
I'm all for it.
He's doing it literally. You usually do it figuratively. But how about this? When you get a text from your brother on Sunday afternoon, it says, when you get a minute, call me. We have a dad who has Alzheimer's. I thought, oh, Lord, something bad's happened with Mom and Dad. And then I thought, well, Mom probably would have called me. Mm-hmm. But I thought sometimes she may have thought I was out of town or whatever. And so I knew it was, I love Greg and we have a great relationship. But rare is the time that Greg says, call me if you get a chance. I'd like to do some small talk.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
So we'll come back and unpack all those.
Rick, when I saw his caller ID last night, I didn't answer hello. I just answered, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Right. Yeah. It's because he's on the other side of the wall. So, I mean, if you're getting a call from the other side of the wall, it's
his response, hey, look.
Yep. got to start with, hey, look. He was in a brilliant mood when I talked to him.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And this 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, and we thank you for being with us today on the Rick and Bubba Show. So we start walking back through the weekend. Some things to be aware of coming up in Rick and Bubba World is we will be on location on May the 10th, live from Greystone and the Champions Tour, as we have been for several years. That live broadcast it really has done a lot over the years and produced some best of moments. So we'll be there on the 10th. I'll be at Somerville Baptist Church this Sunday night, Phoenix City, Alabama, speaking to the men there. And then on the 18th of May, Bubba and I will be in Montgomery with I-92 WLWI for the Montgomery Biscuits, and it will be I-92 Country Night, and Bubba and I will be there, and you got a chance to hang out with us. They're giving away a meet and greet, and we're looking forward to that. And then Bubba will be tossing out the first pitch for the Montgomery Biscuits coming up on May the 18th. So
I thought I was pitching the first inning.
Well, Bubba, that is still in negotiations. That is still in negotiations.
That's banana ball. We're working with them on
with
that.
a screen.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm trying to think on May 10th on the broadcast. What is it officially called now?
It's the Champions Tour. It's
but has the name changed and sponsors and all that? I got so accustomed to calling it one name, but it's not that name anymore. Is it
the Regions?
Is it still Regions?
Yeah, it's still the Regions tradition.
Okay.
Regions Tradition.
All right.
Yeah,
Regions Tradition. Champions Tour, live broadcast for the Celebrity Pro-Am.
Yep.
And Bubba says he's not playing this year. Gene Hallman says he is. So
I think Gene's actually it's sunk in, I guess.
When? Because it didn't sink in when he was
when I was in the parking lot with him, and he
that
just,
day.
Yeah. He said, "I got it. I
sitting
understand. We're moving forward with you.
Okay.
I got it."
Okay, because on the air and then off the air, he looked at Bubba and said, I think
and
he's
look,
still going to do it.
Let me be clear on this. Exactly the whole process. I would like to play. I enjoy it every year. We have a lot of fun. Being that we had liver surgery fourth quarter last year, and that is continuing to grow back and replenish, which is a wonderful thing that livers do.
Of course.
I just did not think all that twisting and all of that would be good because of the irritation and the possible inflammation and all that kind of stuff. And my stay-at-home nurse agreed, the lovely Betty Lou, and after consulting with the doctors, they didn't say don't do it, but they said that's probably a wise decision.
Yeah.
So we'll sit this, but I plan on getting out and riding around the course with Speedy.
Okay, good. Well, the funny thing was the Gene part where Gene couldn't let it go.
Right.
And I worried that Gene had so much power over you he would even put you in some sort of health danger. And so Speedy's trying to help you. He's trying to get in between and see if he can help. I'm sitting up in the stands eating popcorn going, I wonder how this is
right.
going.
Right. Well, I do. I hate it because I enjoy it every year. Yeah. But we're going to get to enjoy it and be a part of it just without swinging the golf.
And I think Gene will be here a week from today if you're listening live, and it's the first with like the schedule and and then we'll do a inside the ropes auction where you can pick whoever you want to be with and have that experience.
It'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, it's always a fun day.
So 1 week from today. So be listening for that, and you can be with Speedy and Bubba will be with the group, but he just won't be playing this year physically. So anyway,
we'll be riding.
And then we will be out there doing the show as we've done for many, many years. So the 6th, I'll be speaking in Phoenix City. The 10th, we'll be on location live. And the 18th of this month, Bubba and I, and we'll be with I-92 for that big night coming up. So those are a couple things in May. You can find all those at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. All right, so we're going to walk through this as it happened over the weekend. So
chronological order.
So we go to Friday, and I was very, very honored to have a chance to be on with Glenn Beck. Glenn has always been very good. He interviewed Sherry, and I kind of was part of that interview a little bit when Sherry's book came out in 2016. He's been on our show many times. He's talked about us. He's always been very good.
We had a podcast with Glenn, didn't we?
Podcast with Glenn.
Yeah, we need to have him on again.
Yeah, and all this, and he and Stu both were kind enough to say, "Hey, I know you've got this new 31-day devotional out, but more than that, they had found out about what we're doing with themanchurch.com, and when you look at our society, because you think, well, how did their shows want to talk about a 31-day devotional, but it was much bigger than that. That was just something we mentioned in passing. They were talking about the state of things, and, as we said on the show, what really got them intrigued was, whenever men are not in their proper place, we're dangerous. Yeah. And chaos ensues, and that's been going on since the fall of man and woman, what we believe in creation. So, and then that's when, God gave me a very clear call that, that what now has turned into themanchurch.com, that reaching and discipling men, because, Rick and Bubba and Speedy and Helmsy and Adler and Greg, we all a bunch of good ones, but we can be kind of logical. So if all this influence that everybody acknowledges has been given to men, and if people who oppose men say men are the problem, people who want to see us do our jobs, say we're actually the solution. If we keep saying, especially in the church, that men have all this headship and all this influence, wouldn't it behoove us to spend energy and time reaching and discipling them? It seems like we'd solve a lot of problems.
Yeah, I thought you covered it well. It was an entertaining interview. It was fun, and y'all interacted well together. So the thing about these interviews is always funny to me, and we've done Fox and Friends and other things too, is you have to write a book for them to want you to come on.
Right.
Absolutely. I've always felt like we were funny and a good interview, even if we hadn't wrote a book. But they never really look to book you unless you have a book.
Bubba and I spend our time all over Fox News, all over. I mean, we were even on with
MSNBC.
Yeah, what's his name, Scarborough, and all
Joe.
that. But because we had a deal with Thomas Nelson, which is now HarperCollins, and we signed I think a 7-book deal. I think it was it 4 full-size books and 3 coffee tables or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so every time we had a book, that was the way you got on. So anyway, it went great. But I was telling Bubba, Glenn and their crew, they're we always listen to how other shows do things. So I'm on hold, and I did do a landline because I hate people to be interviewing with us on cell phones.
It sounded good too.
Yeah, and so I did the landline in the office. Once Speedy and I figured out how to make it work because none of us ever used them.
Right.
And so I'm on hold, and all of a sudden I hear that little voice. Glenn has weird draws.
45 seconds.
And it does this, and I went, what? It's got, and then it starts going ding, 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 setting you up to, hey, Glenn's about to say, and we have on with us today.
Well, I was curious on that count. Was it to count down to the start of the segment or to the call?
To you being on.
Well, so how do you, if he takes an extra breath or says something extra to Stu, then you're not on at that time?
I don't know.
I don't know how I could count down to you being on.
It was telling me that I was about to hear Glenn say, and we have with us today. And as soon as it counted down, he says, now we're about to talk to, and he starts talking about the show and all that. I mean, right at the countdown. Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So if you want to see the archive or listen to the archive of the Glenn Beck interview, we've had that. We put that out on some stuff over the weekend, and that archive is there. And also, speaking of the 31-day new resource from themanchurch.com, Transformed, if you would like to give that to your dads, a signed copy of that for Father's Day coming up, go to show notes today at rickandbubba.com. We have, if you got to use that link. Now, if you just don't use that link, it's not going to be a signed copy. So if you want a signed copy for your dad for Father's Day or for anybody, just go to rickandbubba.com today and look under the show notes, and you'll see that there. And if you follow us on themanchurch.com, you'll see that link there too. So that'll be a limited time deal, and be a great way to give somebody a gift or something that they'll hopefully benefit from and keep forever. So check that. Signed copies are available for a limited time using that link.
Rick, what if we put out a new book and we call it The Book?
Right.
And the sole thing that the book was about was
Right.
putting out a book so you could get national interviews.
I think it'd be great. Now, there's going to be one problematic problem with it. It'll still have to be written.
You're right.
You
right.
know, and so that means you have
the technology is so much better.
Right.
You
could just have
talk in your
AI
phone
do it.
and
You could have AI write.
You just talk in your phone; it'll translate it. You know.
What if we
spit it
had
out.
AI write something called The Book, and we told it enough about us, and it wrote a book, and we're being interviewed about what AI wrote, acting like it was us.
And the whole book was about writing a book with
Right.
AI to get national interviews.
That's what the whole book's about.
I think that's a seller.
Yeah,
right there.
sure, absolutely. Hey, some other things to be aware of, too. I want to let you know, since we're going to be from Regions Tradition on May the 10th. Did you know? Now, see, y'all have to help me with this, and I felt bad for this because I love this organization, challengegolf.org.
Mm-hmm.
They're a great bunch of guys, and I did one event with them where they take these golf opportunities, and then at the end of it, they'll have a gospel presentation, and you get a chance to hear from someone speaking. I got to do one with them a while back, and they're a great bunch of people. And this is a free event tied into Regions Tradition, and it's going to be at Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham on that Monday, May the 8th from 5 to 8. And now help me with this, and this is where I don't know enough about golf. Tom Lehman.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody know Tom?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We've had him on the show.
We've had him on the show
We've had him on the
before.
show. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I didn't remember.
Bubba, have you
that.
played
I
with
think
him?
I played
I think
with
you
him
have
one
too.
year.
Yeah.
Did you know that he is going to come to Ballantrae that week and do a free golf clinic,
That's
a golf
awesome,
event,
man.
and it'll be 5 to 8, and they're going to have free drinks, hot dogs, hamburgers for the first 500 people. I saw their stage they're setting up, live music. There'll be a putting contest, hole-in-one contest, and it's going to be, he is out speaking on colon cancer. He's and awareness. So it'll anything that is to bring awareness to that. And if you want to donate, you can, but it doesn't cost you anything to come. So invite a friend and enjoy that. So that week of Regions Tradition at Ballantrae, if you're coming to town from out of town, make a note of that too. If you're going to be in a few days or you're coming for the whole week. So at Pelham, Ballantrae, on Monday the 8th, 5 till 8, free event, doesn't cost you anything to come to it. Tom Lehman will be there putting on a golf clinic and a golf event, and you'll get live music and food and hang out with Tom Lehman and play a little golf and do some putting and have some fun. So anyway, I told him I'd let you guys know about that.
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
And if you want to find out more, you can go to challengegolf.org. But really, there's all the information you need right there. All right, so Bubba, we finished the weekend, so we had the Glenn Beck interview on Friday.
Glenn Beck.
And let me tell you something. That was the good thing about when you get to do those is now there's people, I got a bunch of the emails. There's certainly people that were trying to find out what we're doing, helping churches with their men's ministry. But then there's people just kicking the tires on the show. Who are you people? Where did you come from? And it literally came from all over the country. And there were some very cool emails. But let me tell you something about Glenn. There were some odd ones too. Okay, I mean it was. I got to talk to, and I tried to say don't let this get away from you. And I was fortunate enough that I didn't have a lot going on this weekend, so I was able to respond to them quickly and then kind of put them aside. Because if not, they'll mount up. And you come in here, you'll never chase them all. And so just appreciate people contacting us from all over.
And I will say this, Rick, as someone who's behind the scenes and gets to see the
emails come in and then your response back. I was impressed with some of your responses.
Thank you.
A lot of patience.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of patience.
Thank you very much. Hey, we're just here to help.
That's it.
You certainly are.
We're here. We're here to help. All right. So then this weekend, even though we did it on Thursday, but chronologically, the people got access to it Saturday. So that's
Rick and Bubba University, Sean of the South.
Sean of the South.
Sean of the South.
And those of you that are our age or older, and
Nobody
you're trying,
picked up the second line.
yeah, and here's what we got to decide, because I love when you sing that. Let's get our lyric down. So Sean of the South, sweet potato pie, and what?
And to shut my mouth.
Okay, so okay.
That's how the song goes.
Right. But should we be shutting Sean's mouth?
Probably not.
How about?
No, you say shut my mouth.
Right. What? So we say Sean of the South, sweet potato pie. We'll shut our mouth and let him talk. What about that?
That's possible.
You want to do it that way?
However you'd like to do it.
But anyway, we didn't know of this phenomenon. I'm realizing that people basically are telling me, Rick, and this happened all over the weekend in emails, but also at church Sunday. The fact that you don't know about Sean of the South makes you a loser.
Yeah.
I basically was told that all weekend.
Yeah.
You loser.
That's true.
As far as the song, Rick, you at one point were going, Sean of the South, got a red beard, and you were stopping
And
right there.
I couldn't come up with a rhyme.
I think got a red beard that covers my mouth.
There you go.
I don't, but I'm just throwing that out there.
I like that.
I'm gonna have to write all this down.
You got it started.
Sean of the South, got a red beard that covers his mouth.
Something
because it
I
does.
don't know.
Wow, and we talk about his beard. He says he's had a beard since he was 9.
Rick, that beard is thick as an Indian blanket. You know, I mean, it is woven in there, buddy.
And you can't see his mouth. It does cover it up.
That skin ain't seen daylight in decades.
It leaves her. So anyway, it came out over the weekend, and our conversation, really enjoyed the conversation with him. He has
he's a funny guy.
He's got a great story, and it also, because this is where I felt like a loser, is like I didn't realize how much stuff he's written. So I actually went to his website over the weekend and looked at some of the articles that he's written, and it very much is a Rick Bragg, Louis Grizzard
kind of look at life,
kind of feel, looking through that lens,
right?
But he's very, very talented as a writer and fun to read. So anyway, I hope all of you enjoyed that. I hope that I felt like. Have you ever tried to act like you were introducing people to something and everybody knows about it? You're the one that didn't know about it, and they're like, what are you talking about? You think you're introducing me to Sean of the South? And I'm like, well, I didn't know. I figured if we didn't know that much about him, maybe others didn't either. And then the big thing, Bubba, what we found out in the interviews, he's not the guy in the Jax commercials.
Well,
he's only Alpha.
We knew it was some commercial.
Well,
we didn't know.
We knew it was.
But we knew it was that. We knew it was the insurance.
But is there a look-alike on a Jax commercial?
He even said that people tell him.
Tell him that all the time.
Yeah. So it got me, whatever it was.
Well, here's the thing.
Or was he just being nice by saying that?
No,
which that's probably what
he
was
said.
going on.
He said when he started, this is exactly what he said.
And being mean to me.
And it's not.
I'm just being. Look, I'm a little frustrated. I've told y'all. I have been trying to bring him to the table for 3 years, and y'all laughed me out of the room.
And we told him this.
Okay, this wasn't Chad Gibbs and God in football.
You're right. Well, let me tell you
this was Sean of the South.
Sean told us that he and his wife have a hard time watching the Alpha commercials. And he almost understood that if all you knew of me were the Alpha commercials, you probably weren't interested.
I thought he did a good job with it, though. I thought he did a good job.
He
in that
did. I mean, he did. But you know how you and I have had things people make us do for spots, and we think, well, I'm going to sound kind of goofy doing
corny.
it.
Right.
Yeah, corny. Yeah. And so what I'm saying, it wasn't the best presentation of his talents.
Right. No,
that's all I had to go on.
Yeah.
So that's good. Yeah, and it was hard for me to be convinced.
It's funny that he recognizes that too.
He said that quote was he said he and my wife have a hard time watching.
No, I heard it.
Yeah. And so and I've had those things. My gosh, they're everywhere. Yeah. I mean, I have a hard time listening to this show on archives. It's sometimes. So I get all that. But you know how sometimes, Bubba, when you've been hired to do something, they write a script for you.
Oh, yeah.
And, Bubba, I mean, when back to the books again, Bubba and I were doing the books, one of the things that was always an uphill climb for us because we weren't willing to write them ourselves. We were being interviewed, and they did a great job with that. Martha Bolton did a good job. But you could tell the people who were wanting to move the books, they really wanted us to settle into a simplistic version of what they thought we were and would be easier to market, and we would kind of go, we're not exactly that. So sometimes you know, and I think Sean probably fell into that too.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a little more deeper than y'all are letting me be.
Yeah.
And he definitely is. And I'm impressed with him. So I want to publicly apologize to you for not paying attention to your attempt to get us to team up with him sooner.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh,
yeah,
completely.
Right. So, but because we did hit it off. You know what I mean?
Oh, I knew you would, Rick.
Yeah.
Look,
I
how
thought
many
he
times
did a good job on the Alpha commercial. I mean, he's no Bruce and Tammy Haynes, but I mean,
this is where. But it doesn't surprise anybody in the room that you think that, and that's not a bad thing. I love your heart.
No,
I'm joking.
You know what you are? You are our best foot forward. You're the sweetest of us.
You really are, and that is not.
That's loaded.
But I will say this: that's not a huge accomplishment when you consider what you're
what you're up against,
who you work with. You know?
I mean, if you swerved to miss a squirrel, you're ahead here. You know?
And that gets us to Greg, doesn't it? But anyway, so catch, if you haven't caught Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, it's out, and Sean of the South is our guest, and you can watch it or listen to it. Watch it on our YouTube channel or listen to it wherever you get podcasts, or it's also on our podcast channel. So, no, it's not. I'm sorry. It's at wherever you get podcasts. We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, Cook's Pest Control, and the Rick and Bubba show been around and been partnering for a long time, and we sure are glad to have them with us. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the best protection from termites you can get anywhere. It builds a fortress around your property to keep the termites out so they never get in. Because once they get in, you got problems. But anything that you need from a pest control standpoint, Cook's Pest is the best in the business. Go to cookspest.com for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. No obligation, but we tell you to use them because we use them and they do an outstanding job. Put Cook's Pest Control to work for you by going to cookspest.com or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can be like the whole Rick and Bubba family and sing, "Looky, looky, looky, here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control." So we were rolling through the weekend, and it was yesterday afternoon for me. It was late in the afternoon. We had, Sherry and I, which I can tell you another story later, had been on a bit of an adventure, and came home. We were going, look, now let's just veg till we go to bed and go back to work on Monday and back to another week. Look down at my phone, and I see from my little baby brother, hey, I don't know what you're doing or where you are, so just when you can, give me a call. And I thought, So that's one of those, if you get anything from Greg that is warranting a call me, this is not a just checking in. Greg's not a just check-in guy.
You're right, yeah.
And so that's not happening. Hey, we haven't talked in a while.
Just want to see how you do.
No, there's none of that. How can I pray for you? I mean, there's just none of that. And so what this is, what this is going to be is there's something going on that is of importance. Okay. And it really will revolve around one or two things. It will revolve around our family, somebody in our family. It will revolve around there's an issue with work. Yeah. There really is no, I don't get, and I knew it was one of the others. So I told Sherry, we were watching something. I said, hey, I need to go call Greg. I'm going to roll out here on the deck and call him, just make sure this is not, something dealing with Dad or whatever and whatever. And so as soon as he answers, hey, look, and as soon as he says, hey, look, and what I heard next, this thing with Greg and this stray dog has taken me in conversations with Greg I never thought I would have. Never. Hey, you ain't going to believe this. That dog, yeah. Well, now her uterus is infected. And I just like, what? And, now she's gotten all where she can't nurse. I've been up there. We've had to take her to the pet emergency room. Now she's got to have surgery. And I said, okay. And so we're having to hand feed these puppies, 8 of them. And he did this, 8. And then pause. 8. If it was like 3 or 4, but 8. And I said, okay, I got 8. And they don't want to be fed this way. So we're having to get these syringes and squirt it down the back of their throats.
That's fine.
I ain't even been to sleep. I said, you haven't been to sleep? No. All we've been doing is feeding puppies and taking dogs to the dog hospital. And I'm like, wow. Wow. I don't know who it was that said no good deed goes unpunished, but that person deserves its own day.
They had great foresight.
Well, they had great foresight.
And to this day, it lives on.
I want y'all to think about decisions we make in life, and I can unfortunately speak to this. That day that first, whatever it was, paper plate, I don't know what had the food on it. I don't know what it was. The day some stray dog wanders up to Greg's house, that day that food was set down for that stray dog, that one move has led to hassles as big as mountains. I mean, and you think that day, well, here's a dog that looks like it's hungry. Let me just feed that dog. And that I don't know who it was, which I know I can guess probably. I'm trying to figure, would that be Greg that did that? Maybe, because he's got a soft underbelly. He does. For animals and little children. So, which shows he's not completely mean, but just think about how you look back on all the things in your life and you go, that one decision I made, that one.
It's a chain reaction after that.
Yeah, it just.
Well, I wish, I don't know if he hung up with you and then called me, and that's why you didn't text me. Hey, heads up, Greg might call you, but I saw that caller ID.
I didn't even know what to say.
I didn't either.
I didn't know what to say.
And
I've never been.
He was so put out and disgusted with the situation he was in.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're writing a book, guess what this next chapter is?
Yeah.
And then he went into telling me.
So, Greg now has.
He could write a book, do national interviews.
Yeah. Now, Greg. He could. Now, Greg has been back. Has taken a stray dog in for uterus infection. Dog hysterectomy.
I get it.
He gave me 1 a.m. and when he took Mama Millie, the dog, to the I guess the vet or the animal hospital.
Had to be the emergency vet.
Yeah,
and those are cheap.
He gave me 1 a.m. Saturday over into Sunday.
Please don't miss this. His quote to me is, "I haven't slept." Listen, don't miss this. And Bubba and I were talking about this before the show started. This is not the dog that's in like your Christmas picture this year.
No.
Okay, this is not the dog that has sweaters. This is not the family friend that your kids have grown up with.
Yeah.
That you can't even remember life without this dog.
Right.
It's not one of those.
No.
This is a dog that at one point Greg couldn't even pet. Don't miss that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't let anybody pet him. And remember 2 decisions Greg made. And he said, I was trying to get her spayed, but I couldn't catch her. She wouldn't let me touch her.
Yeah.
So if you can't spay it, but you went ahead and fed it, you now have an untouchable dog you're feeding that has impregnated herself and cast puppies on you.
Oh, yeah.
But doesn't have good enough health to take care of them. And so when you're talking to your brother and he said, so, if there's any way I could just come in later tomorrow, what do you say? Let the puppies die? I mean,
can't do that.
I mean, he's kind of got you in a bind. I mean, we have to feed them every 2 hours, and we think the dog, when it gets home, might be able to nurse again at some point. I don't know what you do in my position there.
There's nothing you can do.
There's
just handle your business.
Once you've been called, there's nowhere you got nothing you can do.
No.
I can't believe, and keep in mind, it's one thing for this to be happening to somebody other than Greg. For it to be happening,
oh boy!
I don't feel like Greg's gonna have grounds to get on anybody anymore.
No,
you know what I mean. I feel like it's kind of eroded his underpinning there.
I tell you what, whenever he comes back to work, I'll wear any shirt I want to. Top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Greg out. Hopefully back with us tomorrow. Greg's puppy farm had a snag, so he'll hopefully be back with us tomorrow. If you would like a signed copy of the brand new 31-day devotional, Transformed, Embracing the Death of Self and the Power of God, for Father's Day, the signed copy link, you got to use that, is in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. You also can catch it if you're following the Man Church on social media. That link is there, but you got to use that link if you want a signed copy and get that for anybody, but certainly with Father's Day coming up. And don't forget Mother's Day is just, it's not this Sunday, but the next. And we got some cool things for Mom at rickandbubba.com in the store as well. I mean, I keep thinking about that skillet with the Rick and Bubba logo on it for Mama. And of course, there's also the all kinds of little specialty things that if she's a Rick and Bubba fan, she'll love.
It's great for cooking or self-defense.
You're right. And then you got the new Rick and Bubba coffee mug. Mama gets up and drinks her coffee, and a little Rick and Bubba coffee mug. Got a couple of those. So some things for Mom and Dad available for Mother's Day and Father's Day coming up. So make your move on that. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank you very much, and thank all of you for being here as we celebrate May Day today.
Yeah, May Day today. And so we have this is the White House Correspondents' Dinner, is that right?
Yeah, this is the big get-together. You know, we're all, we've had tension. It's all serious the whole year. Well, we have the one night where we get to have fun and goof off.
Where to go?
That means our president got to the mic.
Watch out. Watch out.
Everybody.
Basement Joe.
So we do have Biden, and he gets up to make a few funnies, and then comedian Roy Wood Jr., and you said he was the MC?
Yeah, he's got the new Trevor Noah post.
That is correct.
On the show, and he's from here in town. So
yeah, well, as you said, we worked with his dad, who was a newsman, as part of Rick and Bubba history.
Yeah. Sure.
So anyway, but we'll start with Biden first. And I think as far as the condition he's in, he did all right, didn't he? I mean, he seemed to kind of be able to deliver the jokes he was given. From what I told, I haven't seen it. I don't know if he has or he hadn't.
I haven't seen that.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. All right, here he goes.
At Ron DeSantis, I had a lot of Ron DeSantis jokes.
Well, never mind.
But Mickey Mouse beat the hell out of me. Got there first.
If he could have just golly,
that was pretty
At
good.
Ron DeSantis, I had a lot of Ron DeSantis jokes ready.
Okay.
But Mickey Mouse beat the hell out of me. Got there first.
I have a feeling he'll have a few for you too, Joe.
All right, I'll take that back. He did not deliver the lines.
Can't be too rough on the guy. After his re-election as governor, he was asked if he had a mandate. He said, "Hell no, I'm straight. I'm straight."
Okay.
I'll give you time to think that one through.
I'm not joking. Serious. God's truth.
You got it?
You got it? Okay.
Well, hey, that's not that hard to understand, Joe.
Yeah. That was a gay joke. We all got it.
We got it, Joe. Is he alled to do gay jokes?
I guess he is.
But if he gets a pass, right? Okay. But Ron DeSantis, if he said that about Biden, it would be bad.
Oh, it'd be
if Trump had said it, he'd be
if Trump said it, we'd shut the whole country down.
Right.
All right. So the next one is he's making a joke. This is an attempt at self-deprecating humor, which I like.
Pretty much.
All right. Let's see what happens here. This is talking about his own campaign first 2 years.
In a lot of ways, this dinner sums up my first 2 years in office. I'll talk for 10 minutes, take 0 questions, and cheerfully walk away.
Okay.
All
right.
Good line there.
Delivery needs a little work, but I mean, it's.
I feel like everything is a piece of wood that needs sanding. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The rail is there, but it's just not easy to hold on to.
Right.
That's exactly it. That is a great analogy. All right, now here's comedian Roy Wood Jr. So now we got a pro who's going to get up, and it's not that long, but
this line here might be a little controversial.
Well, I mean, back when we could laugh at ourselves, it's a great line. But you're right. The environment we're in right now, we'll see. All right, here we go.
And also, speaking of drag queens, can we stop with the grooming stuff? Can you stop talking about that? Drag queens are not at a school to groom your kids. Stop it. And even if they were, most of them kids gonna get shot at school. It ain't no problem.
Oh, that's not good. Good night. He even knew it when he said it.
Boy, that didn't go anywhere.
Good gracious alive.
That was not good at all.
Oh.
He had some really good moments. That was not one of them.
I don't think he did that. Well, you talk about too soon and too serious.
He even knew as he said it. I mean,
Did you see?
He saw the room.
And the audience was like, "What do you do, oh, buddy? Come on."
Wow.
And he's a pro, and I think he is so much funnier than Trevor Noah.
Yeah.
That's back to Bubba being the nicest person on the show. That's not a huge accomplishment.
Right. That's
yeah,
true.
right.
Is he just sitting in as a guest, or is he locked in as a full-time guy? I knew they were trying out a whole bunch of people.
I don't know. I thought he got the gig. Maybe they're having rotating guests. I don't know.
Yeah, but that joke there.
But
I'm gonna tell you, he had some good ones. That wasn't one of them, but he had some good ones.
Okay.
I went back and watched it.
Yeah,
it was good.
Yeah. Well, to me, if you're a comedian, and that's the reason why I thought this was why I go this line, because you go to the White House Correspondents' dinner in the current state of our country. It's fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about a field day. I could MC that thing and have a ball. Man. I mean, so anyway. And what is this 1D? Is this the outgoing White House Correspondents? What's the thing with Tamara Keith? I see it as 1D. What is this?
Yeah, Speedy sent that to me, and that.
So tell us what that's about.
It's just hypocrisy in the media.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're kicking people out, but yet she's saying it's our job to ask questions. It's just they have no consistency and no really they're walking contradictions, as we like to say.
Right. Okay. So is
how they treat people and then they claim what they're doing. It's just two different things.
Okay. So is she at this dinner?
No, this is on MSNBC here.
Oh, okay.
This is different.
Okay. I see. All right.
Our job is to ask questions, and sometimes the White House doesn't like the questions we ask, but that's okay. That's our job, and generally speaking, most White Houses understand that is our job. Even if presidents bridle at our coverage, they know that it's part of a functioning democracy, and that our questions often make them better because they have to have an answer.
But this is coming off of the fact that we feed them questions, and there's only about one or two that ask tough questions.
That's what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, that the whole thing is scripted. It's like a Broadway play. You're just getting a ticket to the show.
Right.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, for them to say that, as you said, Speedy, is
it's comical.
Wow. Yeah. I would have followed up and said, now, but aren't y'all just giving, cue cards that you read off of, but you don't ask the press, and everybody vilifies the Peter Duceys of the world when they do what you're claiming y'all all supposed to do.
Right.
Yeah.
So, hey, we've all seen Scandal. We know how it works.
Right. So anyway, that was a couple of highlights from the Correspondents' dinner. But I guess Biden. I thought, in this condition, that's about as good as you're gonna get.
He made it.
Yeah, Roy Wood Jr. probably not a good. That's not a good joke there. The thing I would go back to the whole thing about him making jokes about people that don't like the idea of drag queens being at the school.
Mm-hmm.
I also think anybody who thinks that's not a bad idea, I think that's insane.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Even though that joke probably could have been left out.
Yeah, right.
And from all reports, he did a good job.
Yeah.
Did you hear when he was setting that joke up and he said, drag queens are not grooming your kids? You hear the applause?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, they were all, yeah.
So we're now all, if you say something now, it truly is the old story of the emperor has no clothing. Now, when you say things at one time, every single person, no matter of political affiliation, would go, yeah, we all agree on that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nothing's a given anymore. Nothing. You're now considered to be out of step if you think that drag queens coming and reading stories to children and doing drag queen shows in front of children, and by the way,
and they would probably object to the Gideons going and reading stories.
That you better believe they would, because that'd be damaging. Let me in their view. Let me say this: some of you that especially when it gets to drag queen shows, and I'm thankful you're not familiar with them, and I don't want to be familiar with them, but I have seen highlights of what actually happens, and you probably want to research that before you get into the it's no big deal camp.
Yeah.
I'll just say that. Mm-hmm. At least be educated on it.
Right.
And then if you come back and say, I don't mind that, then at least you'll know. But I think some of you are seeing this as as it being a little cuter than it actually truly is. Right. It's a little more deviant and in the land of debauchery than maybe you're educated on. So at least know that and then make a decision. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you missed it over the weekend, it's out now wherever you get podcasts, or you can watch it on our YouTube channel. Sean of the South is our guest, and you can hear his real intriguing story. And it was a great conversation, and hopefully we'll have that relationship. I spent most of the weekend thinking. Once again, you and I think we have a new friend, but I mean,
Right.
yeah, and it's. I had somebody email me and say, I watched.
You were smothering him a little bit there after we were done. I was trying to get you to let him breathe a little bit.
Yeah. It's. I snuggle on people the way Greg does puppies.
There you go.
But anyway, we had. I had somebody say, I just watched the podcast and I feel like that Sean's my new friend, and I just sit back. Sadly, so do I.
Sadly, yeah.
All right, so Bubba, this is kind of exciting. Now this is we're about to pull a Derryberry. We've already mentioned Kevin Derryberry on the show. We're about to pull a Derryberry, and I'm sorry about it, but we all have agreed that these two men cannot go unnoticed. And
we're very proud of them,
and unrecognized. Jeff Reeves and Kevin Kennington, they have won. They won the Boston Butt first competition they've ever been in,
right?
And they actually won the best Boston Butt category, and they did it using a Rick and Bubba spatula and a Rick and Bubba Wildwood fork, and they credit our grilling utensils with the win.
Look at that.
Look at these two men.
Do we know what I know they won the division best Boston.
Yeah. Well, I think
I
somebody left.
Say best butt.
I think somebody left out the word butt because it's a Boston.
Yeah.
Butt. Yeah.
But do we know actually what competition it was in?
Like what barbecue competition? We don't, or where they are. That was not in the email. I don't know where these two men are standing, but I love this picture.
Yeah.
Well, it's a really good picture.
Complete with Glock, covers in front of them.
Oh, my
what do you
gosh.
call I can't even think of the name of it.
Aprons?
Apron, thank you.
How about, now I want everybody to know, there's nothing I can do, Bubba can do, Helmsy can do, Speed can do, Adler can do. And certainly right now while Greg has got a syringe forcing formula down a puppy's throat, can he help you?
Right.
Okay, but I will say this. The spatula is not available. I'm sorry. I mean, we've tried everything we can try. Now, the fork may be. Can somebody hit the store real quick?
Look.
Is the fork there? The Wildwood fork. Because you see one of them's holding the fork, one's holding the spatula.
Right.
Yeah. And those, these were heavy-duty, somebody means business, grilling utensils, and we have not been able to find a manufacturer to be able to pull it off. Now, do we still have some grilling stuff? We do.
I don't see the fork, Rick.
Yeah, I think it's over too.
I thought it was.
I think the same company.
Let me make sure. Let me go under specialty.
So there's.
That's just a shame. I don't know.
Doggone it, Bubba.
That company. I know they've
it's won a competition.
It's going all
Come
collegiate.
on.
But can we just tell them that we're a school and to keep doing them?
Rick and Bubba University. It's the name of the podcast.
Yeah. How about
Why
that?
Not? Doggone it. You look up there where it ought to be. It's not there.
It's just
Man.
Well, Jeff Reeves, Kevin Kennington, congratulations.
Yeah.
Let us know where you guys are at.
Right.
I feel like I know Jeff Reeves for some reason.
Oh, I look at these two guys, and you think these two guys
mean
business. They mean business. They probably played a little ball. They
look like my cousin.
Yeah, they hunt. They fish.
Yeah.
They know how to operate a chainsaw.
Absolutely.
One of them's got a watch like Bubba would like to have. So anyway, and and look in the background, Speedy. That's a pretty good barn.
Yeah.
Back there.
That's the first thing I saw.
Oh,
you kidding me?
Look, and we got an ATV over here, a side by side.
I mean,
UTV.
There's so many things in that picture that I like.
love it.
Look at all the gun mounts on it.
Yeah.
Man,
Golly. Awesome. I wish I was there.
If I had
I don't know what the
at them
shovel's
gun
for.
mounts
I don't know what that shovel's for, but I like it.
If I had a plate.
Why is there a shovel stuck
That's a
in the
great question.
Probably if the fire got out of hand or something.
Yeah. You're making sure that.
But I like it sitting there.
Yeah.
Don't you?
I do.
Look at that spatula.
Stuck
Look
in
at
the
that
ground
Wildwood
there.
Fort. You see, they've been used. Look at them. A little bit.
Yeah.
A little
Think
worn.
about if you're in that situation, you got you a plate of their Boston butt, and you are just eating like they're
Good.
tomorrow.
Somebody means business.
Good night.
So congratulations, Jeff.
It's really
Kevin.
getting into barbecue season too. That's what I
Oh
like.
my gosh! I was, matter of fact, we've got some. I don't know why he did it, but I'm glad he did. Our supplier of canned meat, because we had to get meat for the wheel. He put in the last package a couple of bottles of barbecue sauce. I don't even know why, but I'm glad he did.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I don't know if you're like me, if I go to the cupboard and I look, or I go to the refrigerator and there's like one little just sad barbecue, container, and there's a tiny bit down at the bottom that's even become a little bit watered, and that's all we have. For my house not to have barbecue sauce ready to go is a panic.
Yeah.
And I tell you, I got one son. He puts barbecue sauce. It's just his whole life. I mean,
we go through ketchup. We have to buy it by the cases.
Oh yeah, yeah. For me, that's barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I mean, they're very close.
Yeah. And I like ketchup, but
really, and it was pointed out to me that ketchup is really a tomato smoothie.
It is.
It is. I enjoy that.
It is.
Because now it sounds much healthier for you than it
right.
was.
It's tough to make a case for the health benefits of ketchup, but you know what? It does have tomatoes in it, and nobody can argue against that.
That's right, and they're full of a lot of good things.
Of course, it's loaded with sugar.
But what
what?
About all the
absolutely?
What's that thing tomatoes have? Lycopene or something that's good for you? For
tons of lycopene.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but I know it's got it.
By the way, I've
something like that. What is it?
Lycopene. You're right.
I've noticed
lycopene. Yeah, lycopene.
Am I saying it right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm even shocked.
But
I don't know what that is, but it's in there.
I've noticed lately.
Must be good. I'll tell you that.
Trying to do a little better. I've noticed lately, the tomato. You got to be careful. Some people love it. Some people hate it. I'm like, I thought the tomato was a given that it was good for us, and then now I've heard some. Well, I mean, a lot of acid.
Yeah,
really.
Acidic, real acidic.
I've had to be real careful with my tomato eating.
Right. See,
have you really?
See, I was the other end of the spectrum. I didn't like tomatoes. I like tomato sauces, but I don't like tomatoes. But I was once told that I needed to do better with tomatoes, so I started eating them, and now I'm coming back going, "Hey, careful on the tomatoes," and I'm like, "What?" Y'all made me develop a taste for them, and now you're telling me be careful.
I love a tomato sandwich.
Everything that's good has tomatoes in it.
Yeah.
Chili.
You
pizza.
saying that's like me saying like a spoon of mayonnaise.
Yeah, I know.
Doesn't that make you skin crawl?
Like a skunk walked over my grave.
Right. Phone calls, first ones of the week, boys. First phone calls of the week. Coming up next. We got a lot on the table. You can talk about it before we get to other stuff. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's check in with America. All 10 lines are available. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Your phone calls are coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we will chat with you. Bubba grabbed the information out of email. So Jeff and Kevin, with their Rick and Bubba grilling utensils, won the Best Boston Butt at the Smoke and Sear barbecue competition in beautiful Enterprise, Alabama. That's where
Smoke
they were.
and Sear Showdown.
Showdown. The Showdown. So congratulations,
They raised
guys.
$30,000 for kids with cancer in the area. So
Way to
sounds
go,
like a great
right
event.
way to go. Alan in Asheville, Alabama. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How you doing today? Well, that didn't last long. Alan was ready to go. Chad, Madison, Alabama. Chad, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I listen to y'all every day. Unfortunately, I can't listen to the whole 5 hours because I got to work. But
understood.
I missed. I know y'all talked about Tucker Carlson. I know you have, but I missed it. So what happened? Was it like one specific thing he did, or like a combination of things, or was he just too real for TV, or what was it? Like 30 seconds, go.
Wait a minute. Did he just pull a reverse troll?
It's a reverse troll. No one's come out and said exactly why he was let go. Some think it tied to the lawsuit that Fox, did the payoff. Some people say it was part of the speech that he gave at the Christian college. I'm not sure that holds a lot of water.
There apparently was some complaints from some of the employees that worked for him.
Yeah.
I don't think that would have got him fired, though. Just because he's a mean boss that demands excellence, I don't know that would.
Well,
when
you move into
after you just paid a lawsuit off, it might be.
Yeah, misogyny and
the lawsuit.
It's a hostile work environment for a female, and Fox's history with that could get you in trouble.
Yeah, but that's only been one complaint. Has there been others?
We don't know.
I haven't seen
for sure, but there are several things out there.
Yeah, we're just throwing out the different scenarios that have been thrown up. No one really knows yet.
That clip.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks.
From this person right here. This was that clip from that lady that we played.
Yes.
She, if I read this correctly, she's never even met him.
Right. I saw that follow up too.
Yeah, I thought that was strange. I saw that too.
I don't know how I can.
That's unbelievable.
I don't know how I can traumatize someone who's never met me.
Right.
I
was like, wait a second.
It just the whole thing. It feels dirty because she ran to MSNBC that we played to do the interview. It just seems like something's up there.
It's I know there's a lot of ways people can be uncomfortable, but if you've never met the guy and he was a bad boss, don't get it.
Because the only way she apparently would have known about him is like the rest of the audience watching the show on TV or watching it, whatever. So that means the whole nation was traumatized by Tucker, and she was part of it. I don't know, because there are people that have been traumatized by us that never met us, but it's not they work for us,
right?
It's because they got exposed to us somehow.
But for Fox to part ways with their, the person who has got the top ranked show in that time slot is a little perplexing.
We'll have some clips later. Bill Maher was interviewed Elon Musk, and they talked about that video that Tucker put out after, and I don't know where it is now, but when they had this interview, there were 22 million views and 76 million impressions, and they talk about that a little bit because, to Bubba's point, this business is about making money, and including Fox and all that, and to have a show that had that kind of audience and to feel pressured to get rid of him and then get rid of him, or maybe something broke down during the negotiations, I don't know. But we really don't know the answer. Everything is speculation at this point. Wow. Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, what's going on, buddy?
What'd you say?
I said, what's going on, Biggins?
Oh, okay, Biggins. Yeah. At first, I thought he called us Jesus.
David.
I thought he said Jesus.
I thought he said Beavis.
Yeah, I didn't know what he said.
We heard three different things.
All right, well, Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, man, you guys are the only podcast I listen to.
That's the way it should be.
I don't listen. Yeah. And y'all have had some amazing, great guests on there. But this is Justin of the South. This dude was awesome. I went and subscribed to his blog because of you guys. And I just want to thank you all for having him on.
Well, it was our pleasure. I'm glad you enjoyed that, Jeff, and thank you for supporting what we do. It was a great visit, and I'm sure he'll be a great follow. And his podcast and blogs and all that, they all look great. So I'm glad that worked out for you. It did for us, too. Helena, Alabama. Eric standing by. Eric, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How you doing?
Good.
Great.
Okay, I wanted to revisit this Greg thing real quick.
Yes.
You know, we all have those people who, when they call us, we let it go to voicemail.
Correct.
Is Greg falling into this?
No, Greg. If Greg calls, you got to answer it because there is no call from Greg unless you just like say don't want to hear about stray dogs and puppies. You know, I guess you'd go to voicemail. But considering he's my brother and works here on the show, those two would almost warrant he can't be a voicemail guy.
Yeah, and for me, him calling, I knew it was something very urgent.
Greg never places one of those calls. And look, if you ever, I better be careful here. Do any of y'all have people in your life? I was trying to think how to categorize it. That will dupe you that their call is of great importance, and there's an urgency, and then when you call them, you realize it really wasn't. Right. And you're like, okay, that's a little bit of a foul there. Right. you had me thinking that I really needed to place this call right now.
Yeah.
And then when they start talking to you, hey man, what are you doing? I'm like, that's not a 911 there. I mean, you
might have been just a text.
Call me. Hey, can you call me right now? Oh wow. Hey man, what are you doing? Work. Hey, did you see that? And I'm just like, okay, whoa. Yeah. So, but no, Greg is not he can't go to voicemail guy. No, I don't think so. No. Yeah. I mean, do I enjoy the updates on the puppies? Not really, but I need to know them. You know? Denise in Lexington. Denise, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Who's that answering the phone? Because he was so nice.
Oh, that's Michael Helmsy.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Did not sound like him.
Yeah.
Did not sound nothing like him.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to call and let you know I just got back from the Women of Joy conference last night.
Yeah.
So I spent the weekend with Pretty Boy Billingsley.
Was he just dressed just precious?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, always. Tight T-shirts, no white belts
Okay,
that I could see.
That's improvement.
And, yes, and a tan. You know,
Oh, he's going to be tan.
year-round.
Oh, he's going to be tan. He's not going to that Women of Joy tour and not have a tan now.
Does he lay out or does he have a tanning bed?
I think a tanning bed. Yeah. Might have been a spray
thought
on.
he had a tanning bed.
It might have been a spray on because we're all concerned about skin cancer now.
Yeah.
It might have been a spray on.
Yeah. Well, he had the tan for the Gridiron Men's Conference.
Yeah, a little different tan there. He tries to look rugged there.
Oh, he does not look rugged.
Rick's son
for
bad,
the women.
but pain okay.
Yeah.
I just asked.
That's a great point. Look, Bubba's all over this. I'm glad it went well, Denise. That's a great conference.
Yeah, it was great. Hey, and if y'all ever get a chance, and this is not a shout out, but Jackie Hill Perry, if you ever get a chance, you need to look her up, listen to her. Phenomenal speaker.
Okay.
Phenomenal.
All right. Well, thanks for the call, Denise.
And Rick, you need to read her book. And it's tough, but it's a blessing to those that struggle with friends and family that are homosexuals.
Yeah.
And everybody should read it. It's a very eye-opening book.
Yeah, I've read that. I think I may have read that. Now that I just didn't recognize the name because I've read some really good ones, and that may be one of them. But I appreciate that.
Her story's amazing. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Charles. I mean, I don't know that I can get. I tried to get camo on him one time. He just won't wear it. You can't get him to do it.
He looked great in it too, Rick. That's what's so sad.
Well, here's the thing. Bubba just hit on something. I've been wanting to ask that question too. So we're running from skin cancer, and we're running to spray me like a car.
Yeah.
So when do we get to the point where the spray tan is now somebody can say, "Oh my goodness, don't put this paint on you." I mean, hey,
I know a lot of folks that like the spray tan.
Yeah. But you make a good point. So spray tan, no concern about that yet. It'll hey, write it down. Somebody put an initial beside it. Yeah. Let's go to Alan in Asheville. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was just going to let Bubba know, be careful with the tomatoes, especially if he eats them on a pewter plate. My wife just read an article yesterday that the acid releases the lead in pewter and can cause lead poisoning.
Okay. Do you eat on a pewter plate, Bubba?
Rick, I don't even know if I own a pewter plate. Now, if it releases anything out of paper, like a paper towel or a paper plate, we may be in trouble.
Can you just get on speakerphone when you go home today and ask Betty if y'all eat off pewter plates and just let me hear it? I'm like you. Look, now that we don't have to have that much to sit down with all these people at dinner anymore, I can't remember the last time I didn't eat on a paper plate.
Yeah, I know.
I keep it simple.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't eat off those. Okay. Yeah. Let's go to Randy in Huntsville. We ain't got no band. Randy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Burgess, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, listen to your podcast while I'm traveling, and listen to a couple of old ones I didn't get previously. That Jason Whitlock out of control.
Yes, he did.
That was a good podcast, man.
It was.
Didn't know if you comments on him, because now I've listened to him a few times.
Yeah,
that dude's out of control.
Yeah, he's a breath of fresh air out there, and his opening comment to us, I think Adler, it was edited. We did not get a lot of we didn't get any negative on that. No, but he'll speak directly.
He will.
And sometimes something so obvious you have to just point it out and say, you go, well, you know what? We all understand what you're saying now. We'll be back. We'll continue to update you on the stories that are in front of us today when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. I just got an email from somebody listening to the show right now on Raycon, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Do you have yours? Does anybody know what it, we're currently entering a dupe session. And what do you mean by that, Rick? Well, what they mean when they use that term about a dupe, that is when you're paying an arm and a leg for something, the product just for the brand name, and there's another product that is exactly the same thing, but it's about half the price because it's under a different name. Well, that's where buyraycon.com/Bubba really helps you. The premium audio brands out there, what you're paying for those, and some of them that hang out of your ears like you're a cyborg or something, buyraycon.com/Bubba is their premium audio, their earbuds that are as good as anything on the market, but they're about half the price. And then with our URL, which is buyraycon.com/Bubba, there's an additional 15% off, and they've got their earbuds in the gel tips, and they can customize them to the way your ear is. They fit so much more comfortably, so much more secure. You get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, 3 customizable sound profiles, all of that. 50,000 plus 5-star reviews are out there on these incredible earbuds. Our audience loves them. If you're part of the audience, you will too. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, get that additional 15% off. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We've had incredible stories involving the durability of these earbuds as well, including people that have lost them and found them after weather came through, washed them in the washer. So get yours now at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or directly at buyraycon.com/Bubba. So, Bubba, the Your America, and remember, it's never enough. Never, never, never enough. You got to decide who you are, and you got to decide what you believe in. You got to decide what you stand for. Because if you become like a reed in the wind, or you're constantly licking your finger and holding it up in the air to see which way the wind is blowing, and you think that you can appease a mob that is screaming at you, remember the mobs out there and all the little movements, they're a lot like your flesh. They never say, "Thank you very much, we're good." It's always, "You haven't done enough." Or we want you to do even more, or we want you to take another compromise.
Rick, think about this. If you're always sticking your finger in your mouth to see which way the wind's going, you spend a lot of time with your finger in your mouth.
You really, really do. And then some of the decisions you make, it's like your finger is now stuck somewhere else.
Right.
So and then you begin to swap. So we look at this situation with Bud Light. And people, look, some of you try to think, "Hey man, we're just talking about beer." This is not about beer. It's about mobs and them getting their way. That just happens to be the product. Okay, this is going on everywhere. So Bud Light tries to bend to the LGBTQ and whatever else letters and symbols they prefer these days. Honestly, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck here. I don't know all the proper.
Well, it changes constantly.
It changes constantly. So they do the campaign like many others for some reason with everybody's favorite woman, the man, Dylan Mulvaney, and so who wants it to be criminal if we don't adhere to what Dylan wants us to do. So now that campaign has been a disaster for Bud Light as far as sales. If you just get down to, it's hurt their sales. It's hurt them.
Sales continuing to fall.
So guess where Anheuser-Busch is going to find themselves now?
Well, Rick, they paid, I'm sure, a lot of money to get Zach Brown to come back and be their audio for their latest commercial.
Wish I could have been in that meeting.
And Rick, now the Human Rights Campaign is calling on Anheuser-Busch, the owner of Bud Light brand, to publicly reaffirm its support for the transgender community in response to the pushback by conservatives after the company partnered with Dylan Mulvaney. In this moment, it is absolutely crucial for Anheuser-Busch to stand in solidarity with Dylan and the trans community, according to the LGBTQ advocacy group.
That's a tough word.
I know it is.
It is a tough
Especially
word.
after saying all that.
Yeah.
If you, the whole
tongue's worn out.
Yeah, it just needed a break. You know what it did? It just laid down in the highway.
It's never enough. See, what happens is they go, okay, we'll be in because we think that y'all need to be catered to these days, And it's not a live and let live. It is we want to be catered to, we want to be celebrated, embraced, and we really need to be talked about like we're the greatest thing on the planet. Yeah. Okay? It's not enough just to live and let live. So Bud Light says, hey, tried it. Yeah. Didn't go well. We paid a price. So we did do it. You know what they say? Oh, it doesn't matter whether it works or not. If you don't do it, you're still going to hear from us. Mm-hmm. Because you got to do it just because you got to do it because we demand you do it.
That's right.
Doesn't matter if it's working for you. Doesn't matter if it's a good business move. You will do what we ask you to do, or we're gonna be loud. And we're gonna be problematic. Mm-hmm. So when you give in to pressure and you don't make the decisions based on principles or even good business decisions, and you say, well, maybe they'll love us for that. They don't. Nope. They come back and say, well, you're not doing enough. How come you're not standing with them now in the face of everybody saying they don't like the campaign? What's Zach Brown doing on this? What are y'all doing now? Have y'all abandoned Dylan Mulvaney? And
you're right.
Now think about it. In the real world, let's say that they decide we want the Rick and Bubba show to endorse product A, okay? And the Rick and Bubba show goes out there just because we're Rick and Bubba, and they come back and they look at their numbers. They go, you know what, guys? We used you, and we thought it would work. Our numbers just aren't there, so thank y'all. We gave you your shot. It was a good contract. We'll pay you what we told you we'd pay you. We're not going to renew because we just don't think it went well.
Right.
Well, that's life. But for Dylan Mulvaney, they want him to be treated differently.
Yeah.
Not equally, differently. Because equally would mean the campaign didn't work, so we're not going to use that spokesperson again.
Right. His endorsement did not perform for them. As a matter of fact, it hurt them, which goes back to the point, why do you wade off into this and put the company in a no-win situation to begin with when you didn't need to?
I want to make it clear, they don't want Dylan Mulvaney to be treated equally because that would be merit of the campaign.
Right.
They want him to be treated differently. Right. Well, I thought the whole thing is, with equality, is people are treated the same. Well, Dylan, in the world of endorsements, when they don't work, that spokesperson isn't rehired. And it doesn't matter what your lifestyle is, your campaign was not successful.
Yeah, it's just
that's being
simple
treated,
dollars and cents.
That's being treated equally. But they say, no, we want him treated differently. Well, I thought that's what we were trying to get away from. Right. So you see, it never works. You can't please. Right. So you have to make a decision. This is what we do, and this is why we do it, and let the chips fall where they may. You can't respond to every loud scream. Because when you do, you're in a bind now.
When you start having knee-jerk responses, you end up dancing a lot.
Boy, you do.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. And we'll chat with you again coming up this hour. Things that you need to know. I'll be in Phoenix City, Alabama, Somerville Baptist Church this Sunday night for Man Church. If men, you want to be there, they do want you to register so they know how many people's coming. That link is at rickandbubba.com and themanchurch.com under events, so you can see it there. May the 10th, the show live on location, Regions Tradition. Be listening next Monday. If you donate the most money to the charities, you could be with Speedy and Bubba and whatever celebrities they're with for the Celebrity Pro-Am. And then May 18th, Bubba and I down in Montgomery with I-92, WLWI, the legendary I-92. And it's a special night with the Montgomery Biscuits, Rick and Bubba night, country night. We'll be there. And if you keep listening to them for a chance to be part of our grip and grin before the game starts, and we'll have some fun together. We'll eat a little dinner and get some pictures made and hang out, and then we'll go out. Bubba will throw out the first pitch and let the game get underway. So all that's available at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Also today, if you want a signed copy of Transform, the new 31-day devotional, Embracing the Death of Self and the Power of God, for a gift for someone on your Father's Day list, we have a special link at rickandbubba.com. Use that link, and you'll get signed copies until they're gone. And you can do that for the fathers on your Father's Day list. Also, check rickandbubba.com under the store for any great gift for fathers and mothers, with Mother's Day and Father's Day coming up. Bubba, as we come back, looking back over the weekend, so we've talked a little bit about things that happened. So we've got, as you know, this year for our family, we have not one but two sons that will be getting married this fall within 30 days of each other. And so this lends itself to, even though we're groom family, which is not quite as difficult as being bride family, but there's still all kinds of, we got this gathering, and a lot of these things we go back to, and I don't know who started all this. We've tried to trace back who was the first dude that agreed to going to every appointment with their wife when she's pregnant and being in the delivery room. Who was that person? Who was the first one that allowed gender reveals to start happening? There's some guys out there, we don't know who they are. You're complicating our lives, and we don't know when y'all give in on this kind of stuff, and then the rest of us have to pay a price because you've set the precedent. It was like the time that Bubba went to when we first came out of the gate. Sherry she wanted to make a big deal out of birthdays. I came from a family that made a big deal out of birthdays. And I remember we did a party one time for one of our kids. I don't even remember who it was. And it had all kinds of little kid rides and all kinds of blow-up things and all this. And Bubba looked at me and says, I'm going to have to book the Wiggles to hang with you now.
Yeah.
You've now set the standard of how we have to do kid birthday
You
parties.
raised the bar up.
So I don't know who you people are, and I don't know who...
The Marty format, I called it, Rick. You really brought that to the table.
I did 3 days of celebrating the birth of a human, back when we cared about that and deemed them of great value. But let me say this. So I don't know which one of you agreed to the couples shower. See, there was a time that if you weren't involved with the bride, you didn't go to any showers. You weren't involved in showers. If you were a groom family, you didn't have to host any kind of shower. Okay? If your wife wanted to be part of the bridal shower and help with that, that was fine. But no men were involved. Okay? Maybe go by and pick up gifts or something. But now there's something called couples shower. Who started this? Who was the person who started this? Where now men and women have to go to a shower. Who started this? Yeah. Who was the person who let this happen? And so that's now been put over in our column and so Sherry wants to do that at the farm. Okay, so now this is all that prep coming, and that's going to be happening in about 30 days or so.
That's a lot of grass cutting.
So and Gary and Sherry, that never works, and there's always issues there that make me nervous. And so yesterday, Sherry, after church, we had a couple that goes to our church. There was something that they had requested, and Sherry said, "Well, we can make that happen at the farm." and they want to do something kind, and I'm probably not supposed to talk about it because it's probably going to be a surprise. But so they. But anyway, the husband is someone who's good with woodworking.
Rick,
so,
you're giving it away.
So he wanted to come get some wood.
Rick,
But anyway,
Rick,
it
you're
doesn't
still
matter.
talking.
It's not involved in the shower.
Still talking.
It's not involved in the shower, so I can say that. So anyway, so we met them down there, and so Sherry says, well, let's show them the farm. They've never been here before. And that's fine. That's good. Anything that keeps me away from sweeping out the barn, I'm in. Right. That delays that.
Amen.
So, but then Sherry, and I don't know why she's this way, and this is what she says. We have a 4-seat UTV that's diesel because it means business.
Yeah,
okay?
You can smell it and know you mean business.
That's right. Well, Sherry claims because she's tiny that if the men sit in the front and I drive, they can't see. I'm like, well, you can look out the side. What do you mean you can't see?
Mm-hmm.
We can't see over y'all. I can't see over you to look out the front where we're going.
Okay.
So I want to drive everybody around. I'm like,
goodness.
Sherry, look, don't don't drive everybody around.
She'll make her own trails, right?
And what gets me, what we love,
Create some new ones.
Here's what we love about our wives. It's as if they think a resume doesn't exist.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'll go, well, I don't know why you feel that way. You don't know why I feel that way? You don't know why I'm concerned about you being at the wheel? You have no idea. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
They just, because they'll keep a resume on us, but you're not allowed to keep a resume on them.
Not at all.
The Book of Blame for us, it's been around for a long time, and they keep on re-releasing it. Updated.
It's like it's in stone tablets.
You know how an old book will get released and now it's updated?
Yeah.
It's been revised. Ours gets updated.
Yeah.
Theirs is burned or something. It just disappears. And so I'm like, okay. And so anyway, so we're riding around. Well, she says, I haven't really seen the whole farm in a while because but I want to go back over here and show them these trees and all that. We got a lot of trees down from storms and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden she says, well, now I want to go. I hadn't been back here, and I said, baby, I don't know about that. It's real wet back there.
Oh no,
real wet. But I don't know. Now I will take responsibility.
Are you speaking up loud because of the engine?
Now I will say this: I did not do my job. I should have made a bigger stand. I should have said, I think that's a no. And but I was too non-committal. I don't know about that. Instead of I don't think so.
Yeah.
So that's on me. Okay, that is on me. I'll take full responsibility of that. I don't know about that, babe. And then I said, now if there was some back there in this little corner of the land, if there was some beautiful waterfall, it's worth it. Let's try it.
Right.
I said, and this is one quote I said, I don't think the payoff's there. Even if we maneuver back in there, we're not seeing anything of any great interest, I think, to these people. Okay, we're really going to go to an area where there's high grass, and we're going to turn around and come out of there.
I think it's more about her wanting to ride around.
Yeah,
right?
and I hadn't been back to this part. I said, been a lot of rain. Yeah. Rained overnight.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, rained overnight. Beautiful afternoon. Little wind, but it rained overnight.
Was it?
Okay. So, and this is the thing really you can't do. So she goes back in there, and I feel us bogging down. Well, about the time we're bogging down, she doesn't want the responsibility now of the vehicle. Oh, I think you need to come up here and drive. And I'm like, what you done? No, we're sinking.
Don't stop. Don't stop.
Now we're sinking.
Don't
now
stop.
we're sinking. So you know what that is.
It's like Michael Jackson said, don't stop till
But
you get
how about this? But in a brilliant move, you know what that means? Now I'll be the one who got it stuck.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
even though it's already stuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're there.
And I remember Bubba and I, one of our favorite stories about ice. Have you ever noticed that some people, everybody doesn't fully comprehend the world of low one in 4-wheel drive? It doesn't. We could have 100 wheels, but if they're all spinning,
Doesn't do any good.
it doesn't matter how many wheels you have or how many are turning if they're all stuck. Okay, so it's just a bunch of wheels turning, but it's over. Okay,
It's probably kicking a little up too.
Yeah, a
Is it
little
getting in
mud.
a little bit?
Oh,
Cab?
sure. Wait,
Yeah.
look, you ought to see my truck outside.
no.
So finally, we
went that far.
I was like,
Wow.
we're stuck. We're
Oh
stuck.
no, you got it completely.
Oh yeah.
stuck.
Well now
Rick did. Yeah.
we of course I did. Now there's you've got it
Rick,
stuck.
why'd you get it stuck?
Oh, baby, you got it. We're stuck now, baby. You should not.
My.
And then you do the turnaround, and then it's like, okay. And then it's almost like, hey, you know what? Let's just. And then what?
Where are we on boots?
Well, we don't have boots on.
I didn't think you would.
So here's the thing.
Oh, no.
So now now the women, rightfully so, want their husbands to put them on their backs and walk them through the mud out of the mud because they don't want their shoes to get muddy.
Yeah.
Okay. So nobody put boots on. So now we're hauling them like on our backs.
And Rick,
through
you
the
fall
mud.
in mud, you break your leg. Ask
So,
Speedy.
so now my tennis shoes, which now are no longer any good. I'm like, she goes, are you getting upset? And I said, well, I mean, I don't have any tennis shoes now, so I'm upset about
You
that.
mean that your
that
your shoe is full of water?
Right. I had some tennis shoes and I don't have them anymore. And that I'm a little bit I'm not crazy about that. and my feet are in mud water, so no, I can't say I'm thrilled by it.
Right.
No,
I got to ask this question. I don't want to get ahead of you. But are you walking in wet shoes to go back to get your truck?
Oh, yes.
Are you making it? Is it making a noise?
I'm mud shoe guy now. With some, hey, look, with some acreage out in front of it.
Oh, yeah, a lot.
And you got to go through the mud again to get the cart out.
Yeah. Well, if she wanted to show the property off, she's walking now. She can really show
What
it
if she's riding piggyback?
Right. Well,
yeah. I tell you one thing. Everybody got a good look at this part of the farm. I mean, a good look. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
.22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So yeah, I journeyed in my wet tennis shoes back to get my truck, a lift kit, but it was so soupy back in there. I backed it in there and was trying to get close enough where the come along and the chain would pull it out, and I felt those tires begin to spin, and I said, "That's it, I'm out."
Rick, if I'm not mistaken, and I may be, but I know some areas have Facebook groups that if you're stuck and you get on there and tell them, they have people that, and they want to do this, they want to come and pull you out.
They love the adventure of it.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're sitting around waiting for a challenge to pull somebody out.
Well, what I did,
our buddy Tim Chick does that.
Really,
he's one of those.
I know it's not Facebook, but I just called Gary. And what do you think I got? What? And I said, "Hey, we got to
you'll have to hear it from him from now on.
You know, he said, "What do you think his first?" God Almighty! He said, "You can't have nothing. You can't even have a day down at the lake without Rick calling with something stuck." And I said, "Hey, just leave it. Put the keys up. Hide them. I'll come. I'll lay." And I said, "Well, I'm, But I could not get the truck stuck because that's a whole nother world.
Oh yeah.
And I finally just said, it's not that important. It's not that important.
So Rick, I want to be sure I've got this. You walked out of the cart, sunk in mud, in your tennis shoes, and your socks and your shoes. Oh, Rick, and everything was just muddy as it could be. Do you have a winch on it? You don't really have anything around there to grab with.
Rick Burgess.
That's some high grass.
It's stuck. All that right there is a swamp. That's why I was concerned
probably
about
just full of snakes.
I mean, it's up to your tick. Did you check yourself for ticks?
I did.
I
we got home. I said, "Sherry, baby, I did my part. Now it's time for you to check me for ticks."
Put a little Brad Paisley on it.
But it was. How about this? It was an honor for us to put our wives on our backs and carry them out of the mud and destroy our shoes. And
Rick, I'm going to tell you,
so
that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. When I started to lose my UTV that time, we were going under.
Yeah.
And it was like in the middle of a pond, and it was going quickly. It was like quicksand. It was about to be eaten alive.
Yeah, this is all wet.
Yeah.
Which was my concern.
Why'd y'all try to drive through there?
And this, if you'll notice, here's the mud.
Yeah, I see it.
We're all
Rick,
why did you try to drive through there?
Yeah, I know. Looking back, I shouldn't have done that.
Is that a trail or is that a made trail there?
That is not a trail. That was actually.
Is that just we're riding through?
That was actually, we didn't plan it this last couple of seasons. That was a former green field.
Did you have it in four-wheel drive?
I did.
It just didn't
I got you.
Doesn't matter.
So you were back.
You can have 8-wheel drive. And
can I ask a question real quick? I just have a couple.
Yeah.
All right. So you get back to the truck.
She's
do
just,
you?
just
I know
making
you
noise.
said. I know you said that you didn't want to get the truck stuck, and I agree with that.
Can't.
Did you attempt like to go over towards the barn and start the process of taking the truck and then pull out? Okay, was everybody with you, or was this just the
Just
dudes
me
you're
and the
going-
other husband,
Okay.
and what I did do is I took off the tennis shoes because there's no need to keep them, and I put on my rubber shoes. I wish I'd had back then,
Right.
because I thought, well, now I will have rubber shoes now, Probably should have put those on, but I didn't know we were going four-wheeling.
No, right.
Yeah, I thought we were just
so you
going
get
to
about
calmly
half,
ride the trails.
I'm gonna call it halfway back, whatever, and you decide, not worth it. Can't get this stuck too. Now we're out here with nothing. So you go in reverse,
Well,
you turn it around, and you go back in.
How close could you get to it
Here's exactly.
safely?
Yeah, could you see it?
Do you need a longer
Here's
cable or
here's what
something?
exactly happened.
Okay.
We had pretty decent cable, okay, but that it's a lot of water between there. So I start backing. Now here's the thing, y'all. Okay, y'all forced me to continue. This is when
Thank
Sherry.
you, Speedy.
This is when Sherry had to come to the window of the truck, and I couldn't see her because she was up.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Baby, just it's okay." And what was happening was, look, where on the truck can you turn the sensors off? I appreciate the sensors.
Okay.
I'm
Which
sure.
sensors?
I'm sure they save
Like-
lives.
Which ones?
Backup sensors.
Backup
and all that?
sensors. Do you realize that
Mine have buttons
do
right
you
there.
realize that every single weed
Yeah.
and every single sapling it thinks is a person, and it slams the brakes on while you're trying to back up? Bam! Bam! And I'm like, it's just weeds. It's just weeds.
Are you talking to the truck?
Yeah,
this time?
yeah.
Rick,
And that's
Rick,
when
you-
Sherry had to come over. Baby,
It's
baby,
Rick, you can cut that off.
It's a button that
Where
you,
is it?
It's right in front of you, and you don't
Where is
realize
it?
That's where it is on mine. and
Where's
it's-
the button?
I'll show you after the show. It's
Okay.
easy to do, and
For the love of God, where is the button?
it is right there.
Now, on the Wagoneer, you hold in the electronic brake release
You're in a. What are you
to
in,
get off
dog?
of that.
Look at Big Lift out there. It's
Now,
got mud all over.
Mine has
Yours should be like mine.
Mine has like buttons right down here on the console.
Yeah, in the commercial break, I'd like to walk out there.
I need to be able
Yeah,
to get
that's
those sensors off. You
Yeah.
can't back up through
It's an
weeds.
easy cut off and cut on.
You can't back up through high grass.
So
Bam! Bam! And Sherry could see it was jarring my body, and she goes, "I bet that is infuriating him."
Oh,
You ever
it'll
tried to
slam
back
you.
up,
It'll
pull something
slam
out,
you.
when every time you back up, it slams the brakes
Yeah.
on? Wham! Wham!
How many whams before you said that's it?
8. Because that's the number of new beginnings, and I said, so I always remember that, and I said I need a new beginning, and finally when I get backed up, and my buddy is saying, look, just a little bit further, and I think we can connect it, and all of a sudden, and it starts.
Can you lock your wheels? You
Yeah.
got
Well,
lockers
no, it's inside on all the buttons, and I was trying to get it down to low. And it stayed in automatic, and it was like, we're going to stay in automatic. We'll tell you what you need.
Yeah.
And I got all 4 wheels going, but all 4 wheels were spinning. And I said, we're about to stick the truck, and it just ain't that important. And we keep going, wham! Yeah. Wham! 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 I did not cuss, not one time.
But I guarantee you said, that's it!
Well, that time I
Used to pull a truck out.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
over.
Yep.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. All right, so the guys took me out to the truck during the break and showed me something that would have really made my day yesterday less frustrating, my situation.
Yeah.
Because, it was, if you could have seen me trying to maneuver the truck where it wouldn't see any weeds or any saplings, that wasn't that easy.
Mm-hmm.
And so I basically inched along like an inchworm with it slamming the brakes on.
Right.
And
I wish I could have
So
seen
this
that.
this video is going to start with
here we are.
Helmsy jumping into the driver's seat. Bubba and Rick are going to the passenger side, and I'm trying to capture the video, and we'll pick it up from there.
Okay. So
it's right. It's one of these. It's this.
What is that?
So you got your key with you?
And so Hamsey's showing me in the lift kit what to do.
76.
All right, so push this off?
Yeah.
Down?
Off. Now it's off.
The sensors are off.
Okay.
You push them again to cut them on.
Yeah.
That's how mine is.
Okay.
So now you don't have to
Now
worry
that
about
automatic stopping of the brake is a menu item you can
right
fix.
here. Oh, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
The one that stops it automatically when you think something's behind it. Or if you cut the sensor off, it won't.
Yeah, that's
well, if I
you're
cut sensor off,
clear
I've
now.
got
You're
that
clear
handle
now.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick, that's all you had to do, Rick.
I've never even seen these buttons.
Rick, you just had to push them buttons right.
So I could have backed up, and right now I wouldn't need the neck brace I need.
There you go.
That's so good.
Yeah, that helps because I've been trapped in garage before.
Let me
I
tell
get
you
out.
something, Rick.
I mean,
do you know how I figured it out? The tailgate also does it. So if you drop the tailgate, you can't back up.
You drop the tailgate on him, it just freaks out, starts screaming, "Put it back up!"
Well, I didn't know this, and I had loaded my truck with a bunch of stuff to take somewhere, got it filled up, got it tied down, and then it wouldn't go anywhere. And I'm like, I can't take everything out of this truck. I just filled it up, and I got to get this stuff somewhere. So I pulled out the manual and found it.
Yeah.
So I had, in your defense, those buttons look nice sitting there, but I didn't know what they were for.
Well, I will tell you this. Let me tell you, it's me. People try to explain these things to me, and I don't listen. And then I'm like, yeah. And I don't know if anybody ever told me that or what, and I could have gone. I thought to myself, there has to be an option to turn this off, but I wasn't willing to put the effort in to find out. And really, the effort wouldn't have taken much. It really would have required just to look down, just kind of. If you'll just like looking out the windshield, just look down here where you put you got your little bottle of water, whatever, all where you have your stuff. Rick, if you just look down, just look around a minute.
Right.
Okay. Now I sound like everybody who knows me talking to me.
Yeah, but you didn't know that's what those buttons were for.
I never even noticed the buttons.
The other thing
I just got to get where I'm going.
Was frustrating, and I finally cut it off too. Is that start and stop?
Now I hate that.
I can't.
Now I did find to turn that off because I love the fact that everybody thinks I'm saving the planet with that crap.
That's ridiculous.
That's the dumbest, and so I get rid of that. But hey, you know what? We'll get it out of the mud and it'll be fine.
What are those?
And
called?
I didn't like those tennis shoes anyway. They were getting wore out.
Got rid of that?
I'll get me some other
They were
ones.
old, Rick.
They were old, and you know what? That's it.
Well, like Ham said, there's a lot of times I have to cut mine off. Trailer.
Oh yeah.
Tailgate down for whatever reason you're doing, or you're in heavy debris area.
Yeah.
Of course, it still comes in good to let you know if you're going to hit a tree. But where you were, that wasn't an issue.
No, it's a good service, and I'm glad I got them. And now I like that I can use them when I need them, but I don't have. I cut it off when I don't.
Yeah.
Because it's a good feature. Now I've been trapped before. Like I know it'll go off if you're trying to back up and there's a slight hill. It'll freak out.
Oh yeah.
Bam.
Well, my driveway. My driveway's real fun.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I couldn't get out of the garage one time. I had the lower one. Now the lift kit can't go in the garage, so that's no issue now. Yeah. But the Ram without the lift, I got in the garage one morning, couldn't get out. Bam, bam, and I was like, I can't get out, and so I didn't realize I could just simply turn it off.
Yeah. I just put the video on my Instagram story for those of you who want to see it.
Thanks, man.
That's precious.
Look,
it's right there. You're like those right there.
Those right there. I never even seen those buttons.
Buddy, I'm so sorry.
I mean, they're like right there.
Yeah.
If you'd have put your hand down to rest it, you might have hit them accidentally.
Never even seen them.
Yeah.
Never knew they were there.
This aux input right here.
Yeah.
What is that? You can plug your iPod into it.
Or iPhone.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that'd be handy.
I love it. Yep.
Does it power anything?
Can
I charge?
Nobody knows. It'll charge and automatically bring up.
What's
your
that one in
CarPlay.
the middle? It's like for a headphone.
That's auxiliary.
iPod.
If you have something else that generates audio, you plug it in there.
Well, how about that?
Well, yeah.
Or your
1/8 thing.
Your
How about
Walkman.
that?
You can
That's
plug
it.
your Walkman right into it too.
Yeah, you know, I
It's a
got
3.5 millimeter headphone plug.
Okay, well, look.
Watch
at you.
out.
Well,
I just
well,
wanted you to know.
that's gonna get you a shot.
Or what some people call a mini phone plug.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Do you love now saying that's gonna get you a Shatner? Now, Bubba, you
People are all the time asking me about it.
So you left the land and went to the water.
Went to the water, Rick, the big boat show down at the Ridge Marina, Russell properties down at Lake Martin, and we had a great time. A lot of folks ran into a lot of people listening to the show. Appreciate them saying something, and got out and test drove a boat or two. And man, have you seen this? I was telling Helms in the break. Have you seen the new Sea-Doo boat they've got? It's like a little mini pontoon boat.
Wait a minute. I think I saw an Instagram thing of somebody just flying around in one. It looks almost like a little remote control boat.
It's like
but I mean,
21 feet. 21 feet.
Much bigger than
and
that,
it's modular.
Yeah.
So you can move the seats around literally while you're moving if you want to, and they plug into the base. But it was kind of fun to play, and it has the jet ski handle drives on it, for steering it. So that was kind of cool.
So it's a mini boat?
Yeah, it's like
But it's a pontoon boat type.
Yeah, it's like
format.
it's like a mini pontoon boat that's actually like a giant jet ski that you can carry your friends with.
Okay, that's not the one I
up
saw.
to like 9. I think they said 8 people.
Yeah, that's not what I
8 or
saw.
9.
That's not what I saw.
How
That,
cool is that?
That is very cool.
Find the 21 foot. The top left. Go back up. Top left, right there. Click on that ad. I wish it would. I guess it won't highlight it for you.
There it
There
is.
it is. Right
There
there.
it is.
That's a cool
how
little.
cool is
that's
that?
a cool boat.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, it's even got a top on it.
Yeah.
Hey, mine has a top on it too. It just looks like it was a tarp.
Betty's still liking that cover.
Oh, she is on me about it.
What do we do about it though?
Well, I've got to take time to try to get one that matches today.
You remember the song by Lou Graham, Midnight Blue?
Yeah.
Pacific Blue. Just sing that to Betty.
You know, it's a beautiful colored top if the boat wasn't gray and brown and all that.
I love I mean, I tell you one thing: when y'all park over at Collages, you can find it.
Well, that and the fact it matches our house.
True.
With all
The
the
tarp,
tarps on
the
it.
blue tarp.
So
Yeah.
that's
Now I
easy
noticed
to-
you just said you're going to go today to get one. Was this weekend the weekend where she said I'm done with
Well,
this?
no, it's on
Something
the
happened.
list. It's on the Monday list of things I need to call, but I can't find the people who you get this from. It's we had some people call last week, and it was tailor made, and they were bought by somebody else. And you can go online and buy the universal roof or Benamy, but you can't. I can't find where you buy the fabric separate. You know what I'm saying? So I hate to buy 2 of them to get the right color.
Any update on the house?
We're working on it. We're waiting on a appraiser to get with our builder to start rebuilding. So we're in the hold process for that. Hopefully that's going to get done the next few days.
Substantial moving cart.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Substantial moving carts.
That's right.
So let me ask you this here. Sorry to ask the questions. So
I'm
you're
glad.
you're
Thank
out
you.
you're out on the water.
You flip a switch when he start. He really gets in
because it's an in-water boat show.
Yes,
all right?
yes,
and
a ton of boats.
You educated us on that because I didn't know what that meant. But
Right.
so you're out in the water and you're on your pontoon. At that point, did you go, okay, I'm embarrassed by how we look. Hey, this has got to get done.
No, I'll tell
is
you
that when it was,
I'll tell you
or
the
is
one
that
moment.
what Betty said?
I'll tell you the one moment I had Friday night at Willow Point. We had the boat show where the boats are like on a catwalk and they come down and they go around a little buoy and they've got an announcer telling you about it. And I was watching that, and all I could think was, as I was sitting there next to Ben Russell talking about it, that if I could have snuck my boat in, while they had all these new model boats, and I could come in with that blue top and cut right in and just acted like I was part of the show, how good that would be.
Oh, that would have been. Come on.
I would love to.
This
see
could
that.
be yours.
We've got the new model this year from Godfrey. Check out this baby.
I'll take it like it's sits. Do you say in boats, I'll take it like it floats?
I don't know.
It's sitting
I
in the
don't
water.
know.
I guess you can still say sick.
Fully assembled with straps.
Did you see
Hey,
anything?
did the straps come with it?
You know what I love about the straps is when you're out and you get at a certain speed and they go
Oh, yeah.
behind you and you think, what is that?
What is that?
Something's after me.
Turn Paula Abdul up more. I can't hear it.
Get that 80s up.
Did you see anything you felt like you had to have?
Oh, I saw a lot I'd like to have, but there's a difference in hey, like to have and got to get, you know.
No, my straps are muddy.
Yeah.
Very muddy.
I mean, we don't know what we're up against. We got to get house
You're
project
waiting on
first.
the house.
Yeah, you're right.
Makes sense.
Yeah. There's a bigger bear standing in one.
You got to shoot the bears one at a time.
Yeah. All right, we'll take phone calls next. Chat with the people.
You know the thing about the boat though, now it's broke in. You know, I don't feel like I have to baby it as much as I do.
Like you like
Good point. Yeah.
Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Phone calls coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy's got those if you want to get in. Lear Bubba teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, another bank issue is happening out there again. And you know what you never hear anybody say? I tell you, gold's worthless. You just don't hear that. But you do hear people talking about the devaluing of the dollar and et cetera, et cetera. It's currently seeing some of the highest levels ever, back to gold again. Smart investors value gold as a hedge against inflation. Plus, as more countries start to move away from doing business in U.S. dollars, our country, the value of your bank accounts, and your retirement monies are all at risk. Couple that with the bank upheaval happening out there, and baby, we have got ourselves a problem. And you got Washington that just seems to be, I don't know. It's
out to lunch.
I don't know what's going on. Highly respected analysts in the financial markets predict gold could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. No way to really guarantee that, but I can tell you what, the trends you see right now, if you bought gold today at the prices that are still available and the cost of gold gets anywhere near these predictions, you're in for a major return. So right now, if you go to Lear Bubba as a special gift, go to learbubba.com. All new customers in the audience get a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold that you purchase. You want to talk to someone directly? Call 1-800-707-4575, or you can just go to that URL there, learbubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So every stray dog's friend, the real Greg Burgess, has arrived here at the office.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, man.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah, how you doing?
How about it there, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Yeah, how about that?
Hey,
Boy,
buddy.
the saga just continues, doesn't it?
I
Try to do something nice, look what happens.
Greg, no good deed goes unpunished. None.
Yeah.
Greg's stray dog has birthed 9 puppies. 8 have survived. She passed out in the process. Now, the latest, she needs to have a full hysterectomy.
Well, I don't know if that.
Well, if you take out the uterus of a dog, isn't that a hysterectomy?
Yeah, the bottom line is getting spaded, but due to infection.
Due to infection, and
she falls over Saturday night. I'm trying to keep up with everything. Anyway, rush her up there, and so that's not good. And so she's still there. So then there's puppies that don't even have their eyes open.
Need feeding.
And I got news for you. They don't want to be fed by the little nipple thing. They want their
Put them in a
Hello,
bottle
Greg.
and do it like they know.
Hello, Greg.
Bottle.
Are you doing
Well,
that?
the bottle they don't like it. They want a syringe.
Don't you have to
Do you hold them one at a time?
Yes, one at a time.
Can
How many
hold
squirts?
Put them in a pile like how they normally do.
Hang on. Let
How
me
many squirts?
send one over.
How many squirts do you have to give a puppy before it's fed?
Well, what you do is you stick the syringe in a bottle nipple, and then you just feed it that way.
How do you know when you fed them enough?
They just you just hope. They
Okay.
They kind of
They kind of quit eating and get sleepy again.
Yeah, let me send this over. Y'all.
How can you tell they're sleepy? Their eyes aren't
Send it to
open.
Adler so you can post it on.
Right there.
Quit wiggling.
Greg, friend.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, I think you need
you
need to somehow
coming to you.
Act like you're the mother dog, and that will get them to take the milk.
I've been
easier.
trying to.
Maybe you could lay down there and let them feed up against
Greg,
you
you
and feel the heat.
And guys, they eat about every 2
hours. You told me yesterday, and it was late in the afternoon. You had not slept.
No, they'll keep you up.
Hey, let me go. You were talking about stray dog puppies.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a dog that your family's had all their life.
No, I was trying to do that. Hey, look,
this dog's never been in a Christmas picture with you, right?
No.
Huh?
If you want to really blame anybody, it's my fault.
If I'm not mistaken, you couldn't even touch the dog until
for months.
Right.
Yeah, it was abused evidently.
Well, that's sad.
And it was real skinny.
Now you're being
We
abused.
nursed it back.
Right.
And I told myself I need to get her fixed.
But how can you fix a dog you can't catch?
Well, I should have made a better effort to catch her after all this. I think
that wouldn't have scared her at all.
But I think I should have made a better effort.
And I don't know if Dave Ramsey teaches people this, but you should always had a little something saved aside for stray dog hysterectomies.
Right.
Yeah. So guess what? A lot of that, and it really because there's 8 of them. There we go. There's what we're dealing with.
My goodness, Greg.
That's what you got to do.
That looks like a rat.
And there's 8 of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're a week old. They're.
Is there any guarantee that the dog after the surgery is going to be able to go back to?
I hope so.
Or does that turn off the
you.
milk?
They said
I was wondering that this morning.
That it should
when
be
you said
okay since she did birth them and we're not cesarean delivered.
Well, Greg,
I don't know.
I don't either, but I hope they. Boy, I hope so.
We have
I'll tell you this.
We have a listener that says she may be able to help out of looks like Illinois. Go ahead.
Do they make a fake little feeding thing?
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
that'd be good.
That'd be sharp.
Oh, Greg, wear a vest with a bunch of little nipples on it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you help Greg, please?
Hello?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay, a wet nurse. Find somebody that's got a dog that's nursing pups that could adopt about eight all those things, those pups, and feed them.
Are you
I've
saying,
heard of that,
Are you
yeah.
saying canine wet nurse? Did I just hear that?
Yeah, you can do that.
You don't know.
Yeah, if they're in the
What
business,
if they charge you
take
per
care
hour
of it.
for that?
Yeah, we had two cats that had litters together. They were sisters, and they had litters together, and they put them all in. We had them in separate boxes, but they put the kittens all in one box, and they would take turns feeding all of them.
But how do you find? Does every neighborhood just have a nursing dog that's around?
Well, you have to get on Facebook for that, right?
You're talking about on the nursing dog page,
Right, yeah, the wet nurse page.
Yeah. Matthew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Never heard of that.
Matthew?
Yo, Matthew.
I'm trying it again. There you go. Hey, yeah, we got you now, Matthew. Go ahead. It didn't take the first time.
This is for Greg.
Okay.
So about a week ago, Greg, I picked up 8 puppies on the side of the road. They were dumped. They're about 4 weeks old, so they were weaned. You know, I wasn't in your position, but I was able to get rid of them to a puppy rescue center called Felines and Canines. They have a Facebook page.
Yeah.
And they're out of Owens Crossroads to Huntsville, so that may be a good drive. But my point is, I was able to get rid of 6 of them, and because I kept 2. Yeah. But they actually were traveled to Chicago for adoption.
Well, good.
Yeah, well, Matthew, we think we can get the puppies adopted. When your call said I'm in the same boat with Greg, I thought you were nursing puppies.
No,
once the puppies are weaned,
Rick,
I think we can find them home.
But no, that's right. But again,
we need a local
the
wet nurse dog.
I didn't just discover litter puppies on side roads like he did. Which wow, how about that?
Yeah.
I mean, the dog is basically my dog. Oh yeah, and
Greg, your hands.
It ain't your dog.
Your hands
it was
are
some stray dog.
Your hands are so soft and feminine.
Oh
Greg.
yeah,
you took good care of your nails.
But you're doing a good job, buddy.
Look, the dogs need to be glad Lisa's around. I'll say that. She's really
no,
taking care
Greg.
of
Don't you try to pass it off. You've got to soften the belly for this.
I don't want nothing to happen to them. But
have the grandkids come to see him yet? Because that's
Pace
when it'll really
yeah,
kick in.
he
loved him.
Oh yeah, and but. Look, it's the gift that keeps on giving. You know what I'm saying? I was done settled in. Everything was good. I got a bunch of puppies in the garage, dogs, nursing them, doing great. Because we didn't know, she's pretty
your
young.
Voice.
And she was nursing them, doing a great job. And then she goes down. And
your voice yesterday, I've never so haggard.
Well, it's just but
so haggard.
It's one of them handles. I'll deal with them. I'll figure something out.
Well, yeah, I guess you will. I guess you'll feed with syringes. I don't think this is over.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah, I think this.
It's on me. I should have took care of it early, and I
think this road that has potholes in it, you ain't hit them all yet.
Yeah.
I know. So we'll see what happens next Monday.
Yeah, I know you're. Yeah, the weekends. Why does it happen on weekends?
Sundays are terrible.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
and prebiotics. Six minutes past the hour, coming to you from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. And we're glad that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, is here. Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, all here for this hour. Things you need to know about. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Sean of the South is our guest. If you haven't caught that one yet, either on our YouTube channel or wherever you get podcasts, and getting great reviews on that. Transform, the new 31-day devotional. If you want a signed copy for all the dads on your Father's Day list for a limited time, we're doing that right now. That link's in show notes at rickandbubba.com, and you click on it. If you order from that link, now if you just go to the store and don't use that link, that's not going to work. Use that link because that lets us know you want a signed copy. And you can do that for a limited time. And I do need to make one correction, and I'm just a good one. For some reason, I've been calling May 6th Sunday. It's actually Saturday that I'll be in Phoenix City, Alabama, speaking at Somerville Baptist Church. That's just on me. I'm not confused. I just keep calling the 6th Sunday night for some reason. A lot of man churches we do on Sunday nights is why I keep doing that. But it's actually Saturday night, the 6th. I'll be there at Somerville Baptist Church. And then coming up on the 10th, we're live from Regent's Tradition. Listen, Monday, for your chance to be with Speedy and Bubba's group. We'll do that on Monday, and you can come join us for the live broadcast if you're in and around the Birmingham area for the Regions Celebrity Pro-Am. And then, of course, on the 18th of May, Bubba and I in Montgomery at the Montgomery Biscuits game. It is I-92 Country Night, and Bubba and I will be there. We're going to get a chance to hang out with some of you that win the opportunity for our little pregame barbecue. And then Bubba will throw out the first pitch. All that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Speaking of Bubba, there he is. And boy, do we have good news for Greg.
Greg, our audience, they're very resourceful.
I love them.
They have found something here that you can order that might take care of the problem. Have her show it to Greg.
This is it. Look at this right here, Greg. This is the answer to you nursing puppies.
What is it doing?
Okay, look, Greg.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that even looks like the ones we have.
Greg,
the puppies are the...
That looks like one of... Oh, that is... I need one of them.
Look, it's got nipples all around it. You just pour the formula down in the middle.
See, that right there. Y'all, that looks just like the one in the picture.
But will they suckle?
That's the thing. They're not.
Greg said they won't suckle. That's why he's having to syringe.
Can you get different sizes?
They get hungry enough, they will.
Yeah, they're real little right now.
See, look,
Greg, those puppies are little. What do you mean yours are? They know yours ain't.
Sadly, in this example here, for those of you that can't see it, the mother dog passed away. So they.
I wonder where you get those at.
Yeah, I don't know how to Google that. What would you call?
Is that real?
Yes.
Yeah, Greg, it's real. It's not that complicated of an apparatus.
I know. I like that.
I could have invented that.
What's the name of that?
That's called
a puppy feeder.
They call it a suckler.
They call it a puppy feeder.
I think it's called the nipple cup.
The nipple cup.
Is that what it's called?
No, I just totally made that up. If I named it, that's what I
tearing it up.
Cup with a set.
Puppy.
There you go.
Feeder.
Look at it.
There you go.
Right,
that would be great.
Greg, you need that.
Yeah.
But I thought you said they won't suckle.
They're not
on something
great
that's not mama.
Right now, they with the bottle they won't. You got to.
So the bottle's not working.
I think if you put them together, Greg, they're used to being in there all warm and feeling each other. You know?
Greg, what you need to do, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do because that's not my nature. What I would do, you need to get shirtless. And you need to lay and let them lay on your body. And then I guarantee you, as you present those bottles, they'll take them. Because they'll feel the warmth of Greg's body, don't you think?
Yes.
I think Bubba's all over that.
They need to feel each other because you
pile them on your body, Greg.
Do you need Amanda to come over and give y'all some?
That's right.
That'd
be the expertise
That'd
on
be
this.
great.
Yeah.
Greg, that's what you need.
Hey,
Get
Greg,
one of those.
you could have one by tomorrow. I'm sitting here. It's
Get
dog
one,
nursing
Speedy.
supplies, and
I'm so sorry. I asked you to buy something. Hey, somebody get that for Greg.
No, I'm doing some research here because I know he won't.
Well, his stray dog budget's just getting ripped.
Right.
Oh, here's another one that sits up on its own, Greg. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Look
this
at
is
that.
pretty good here.
Yeah, it's a good one.
If you just get there,
and tear it up.
yeah, if you just get their little mouth on it, because I know they don't open their
It's
eyes.
only $15.
Right.
That's way worth it.
Yeah. Are you looking at $15.99?
It ain't
Bubba?
gonna work.
Yeah, the pink thing that sits up on
Yeah,
the
I
thing.
saw that one too.
It's got 4.5 stars here, Greg.
Yeah, I wonder if they
4.3.
sell them on my way
98
home
reviews,
today.
yeah.
If there's a place that sells them on my
Oh,
way
yeah,
home.
I was looking for that.
Or
but-
you can pick them up over at the grocery store.
Yeah.
What's that down at the end of your road?
Oh, Edwards Grocery?
You think Edwards has got 'em?
I don't know. I need to
You
call.
can have one by tomorrow.
Probably
though.
Tyler
Hey,
and check.
Greg, probably not.
Probably not.
That would
But
help.
What about one of these pet stores here in Birmingham? One of them showing
Well,
up good ones.
yeah, I was looking for that.
what about Tractor Supply?
No, they probably don't have it.
They have a little dog section.
They do not.
Yeah.
Greg, I just sent you a link if you wanted to order it.
That's
It's
funny.
uh,
Of course,
well,
it ain't
You're
gonna
wasting a
work.
lot of time.
It ain't gonna work.
I know. I don't know why.
But here's the thing:
He'd
it may
rather-
not work now
Look how
because
negative.
they're so young.
Look how
But
negative.
in
I
a few
know.
weeks, as they get older, it may work.
Can I tell you why you should go ahead and get it seriously? Because apparently you're never going to learn a lesson on these stray dogs. So just
It's our future.
you're going to need it. You're going to need
That's
it
a
when
good
this
one.
happens. Okay,
That's a
Greg,
good one.
what have you learned?
Yeah, I have.
I'm sorry.
Are you
sent that.
teaching Greg right now?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Waste of
I should have. Well, anyway.
This one has 5 teats. So
Okay.
Greg,
oh,
you need-
anti-colic.
Do you want me to get it for you? I can get it. It'll be here tomorrow.
Get him one.
Yeah, go ahead and order it, Bubba,
Would you
because he's
mind?
not going to.
Yeah, he won't. do
Who
this.
wouldn't?
He's not going
Oh
to.
yeah,
Greg.
I'm seeing something at PetSmart and Petco here
Oh,
that might
Greg.
work.
Well, that's right over by my house. You remember run by there and get one today?
It looks
Bring
like
in?
to
Would you
me
mind?
instead
I
of
don't mind. I'll do
instead of
that.
about 4 or 5 gathering around,
We
it
gotta
looks
help
like
Greg.
it's a
I'll go by
bottle,
there.
but the top of it is formed like a teat.
like a nip.
I was just gonna, I guess.
You thought teat was better.
Greg,
it
you-
is.
Well, in animal world,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
usually what
Greg,
they
do you
say.
want me to come do a shift?
Yeah, would you? You mind?
Would you mind?
Oh,
Be good.
boy.
Mhm.
Bubba, you remember that time that the cat crawled up on your chest?
Oh, I know. He tried to dig in.
Mhm.
Oh, boy.
The well was dry, though.
That woke you up, didn't it? Though.
Yes,
It will
sure
wake you
did.
up.
Wake
I'll go
up.
by there today, Greg. See if I can
That's,
get one. I will.
Greg,
Greg,
Seriously.
what's wrong with us helping you
I'm
out?
not
be
conditioned
kind.
for biting. You know what I mean?
Ooh, that hurt.
Greg, don't be like this when people trying to help you.
Easy.
Don't be too prideful.
Yeah, but that's
still my
Don't be
joy.
too proud.
Hey,
my
I know,
joy,
I know
Greg.
negative dog is. I got it. It's in.
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Here's
Uh,
your speech
and-
about
Yeah, it
negative
is.
and
Hey,
positive
but you know,
dog.
whichever one you feed the most, that's what's going
That's
to
it.
win.
Yeah.
Yep. And I know right now, negative dog, he's been fed.
Oh, buddy.
He's fat as a tick.
And Greg, apparently we know you'll feed a dog.
Yeah.
What about if you could have a paper plate back? That's a bad day, wasn't it? She might have moved on.
I know. You feed them, they stay.
Rick, in an associated dog story, a rescue dog escaped its owners and walked 40 miles back to the family who abandoned him, according to this report. Cooper, a retriever, was missing
dog
for
name.
27 days.
Oh, boy.
And he walked 40 miles north from his home back to his original owners in northern
And they're the
Ireland.
ones that got rid of him.
Somebody give me the mileage on Tuscaloosa to Birmingham.
It's close to that.
Hey.
It's close to that, Rick.
I printed that one
about-
just for Greg. I'm glad he came in.
40 miles in 27
because
days.
I'm
That's
sure
not bad.
Greg didn't
Probably
believe
like
me.
some
52
ground.
miles, Rick.
That's moving. Huh?
I think it's probably about 52 miles.
Greg, now you don't
Wow,
believe the
buddy
story,
could
do
make
you?
it through all that.
No.
Rick, look.
He's not used to being outside, is he?
But, well,
How about that?
that's a long way to go.
They claimed that the dog's instincts guided him home and made the 40-mile journey
How would he
through
know his
woods
way?
and
Here we
main
go. I
roads.
was
at
waiting
Greg, I had a
on
cat
that.
do
Here we
this.
go. I was waiting
Yeah,
for
but
you.
that long,
Yeah.
that far?
No,
I mean, the
it
dog
wasn't-
don't.
it
Took
wasn't
a little
that
longer.
far.
I know.
It would
finally.
get it if you put him in the neighborhood next to you.
No.
And found his way back.
Right, that's
But
what happened to
You're
me.
talking about he goes across the whole state now.
Yeah, it's true. My cat only had the maneuver Valley deal. But, I mean,
Helms, you know what it was. I think we thought he was listening, but he wasn't.
He wasn't. That's
Yeah,
it.
Right,
That's
yeah.
it. He came
And
in
finally
late.
figured it what we were talking about.
Greg, if
Well, he's real tired.
Greg, if
I mean, look at him. He's dazed,
Listen,
dazed and confused.
with
right
all
now.
the expertise you have, I really think maybe you and Lisa might want to start raising dogs. And
You know, we had
and
that
do it-
conversation how there's no way. And I know some
do a
people
dog
make some
business.
serious money doing
They
it.
do, Greg. They do because their quality of life struggles a little bit.
Yeah.
And then
'Cause
you
they're always
could,
dealing with dogs.
you could sell them at Lisa's booth.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
That'd bring them in.
Yeah, what's the name of the
Absolutely.
booth?
Thank you, Helmsy.
Greg, you
He
get-
doesn't even know.
Greg, you know what? You go in there, get a moon pie. Get a
Where
puppy.
is it at? That's what I forgot.
Get a moon pie coffee mug. Get
There
a
you
puppy.
go.
What
There you
booth
go.
number is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Let me
sorry.
tell you,
I
what's
had
it
to, I had to
called?
research it.
Let me
Where's
tell
it
you-
at?
let me
Greg?
tell
I
you-
forgot.
Forest Hill Homes.
Let me tell
right
you-
there in Imperial something.
Listen. Those those of you out there that look, picture this. You're sitting there right now. You're looking at the six, okay? The Magnificent Six, and you're like, I need one person just to give me a little hawk, and point some people to what I'm doing.
Right.
Let me tell you who not to pick.
Right.
Do not pick that one.
Golly. What if I said Forest Hills Home, number 49
There it
at
is.
Imperial South in Gadsden?
There it is.
What if I said that?
You're good.
When's puppies gonna be there?
That's not a bad idea. Once we get them big enough, we'll have a box.
We'll
full
get
of
the puppies adopted. That's
Do
not a
you
problem.
need a little
I just
scale
hope you
so
survive
you can
getting
weigh
them.
them and be sure they're keeping their weight up?
them. Nah, I just give them look at them. Go, hey,
Right.
that's okay.
Right.
Oh, really? Yeah, they probably need a little more they're getting, but
You said you were going to start figuring out if you had boys or girls. Have you done that?
5 girls, 3 boys.
Okay.
All right, he's done that.
I thought it was 4 and 4, but I looked wrong. They're real small.
What?
And they don't like you when you flip them on their back. They're not big.
No,
The dogs are small.
the puppies are
Dogs are
small. That's
small,
what he
yeah.
said.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I meant. But you know what I'm saying? When you flip them over, they do this. They're not happy about it.
No,
they don't like to be flipped on their back.
we'll be right back.
Buddy, thank you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us today, and what a day we have had, if you're just now joining us. But the good news is, in modern times, if you missed part of the Rick and Bubba Show, just go back and get it on your own time. And you can do that. The show's archived in its entirety every day on the YouTube channel and every day on our podcast channel. Plus, there's a best of hour on the YouTube channel, the podcast channel, and Blaze TV. So there you go. No reason to miss any of the show. And trust me, you need to go back and pick up what you missed today if you're just now joining us. All right, so Bubba, we do have an Elon Musk update. You know how much we love that. Elon Musk update. Hey! A dollar. One of the richest men in the world. So Bill Maher interviewing Elon Musk. He's asking about Tucker Carlson's tweet that got at the time of the interview, and I think it has more now.
Yes, 23 point something million now, and this it says 22 million.
Yeah, when they talk 22 million, and I don't know what impressions mean. Helmsy, you and Andrew maybe 76 million impressions. Does that just mean people who just kind of stayed there for a little amount of time? Okay. Yeah. So that's a lot, guys. And the 22 million said I locked in and listened to the whole thing. Yeah. So that's a lot. And Bill Maher is going to be talking to Elon Musk about Twitter's audience. So here we go.
Twitter is not doing bad, right? I mean, I saw today that Tucker Carlson recently fired. You were just on his show and he lost his job, so I hope this isn't an omen.
Hopefully,
what are you, the angel of death? You go
no, exactly. I'm not the Typhoid Mary of talk shows. For some reason, people just get fired out.
His rant yesterday or today on Twitter
yesterday or something.
It did more than every cable news monologue or something like that. Is that right?
Well, Twitter has a tremendous audience. So there's 250 million people that spend an average of half an hour a day on Twitter. So it's about 120 to 130 million user hours per day, and it's been increasing. So we didn't do anything, to be clear, we did nothing special whatsoever. I learned about it afterwards, that he'd posted something on Twitter. So it's just that Twitter has a lot of people's attention. And it tends to be the people that are that read a lot or are interested in current events and generally are pretty influential.
So he's saying, we're not going away, and we are we're a strong player when it comes to platforms. The next thing is Elon is going to defend the fact that people keep saying that he is he's far right. He seems to just be. I hate to say it, he's got a little bit of common sense to him. I think there'd be a lot of things about him that are not right at all, as far as what I mean right, the political views, and especially on social things and things like that. But anyway, here he is defending that's probably not the right thing to say about him.
You and I are both like in that little group of people, maybe it's a bigger group now, who are called conservative, who haven't really changed. I don't think of you as a conservative.
I'm definitely... Yeah, like I at least think of myself as a moderate, So, I mean, at least I've spent a massive amount of my life energy building sustainable energy, electric vehicles and batteries and solar and stuff to help save the environment. That's not a. Not exactly far right.
You drew that diagram. You drew that diagram once where you're here. I related to that, and the world has changed.
Right.
I feel the same way. I feel like very often wokeness is not building on liberalism. It's the opposite of liberalism. I can mention.
Yes, exactly.
And they go on to
he's dead on that.
Now to take that point, Elon Musk is going to say, how did the liberals become those who want to censor free speech? And he'll make the point, you might be for it when they're silencing people you don't like, but you're not going to like it when it gets to you.
That's true.
So here he is.
It's bizarre that we've come to this point where, free speech used to be a left or liberal value. And yet we see from, the in quotes left, a desire to actually censor. That seems crazy. I mean, I think we should be extremely concerned about anything that undermines the First Amendment. There's a reason for the First Amendment. The First Amendment is because people came from countries where they could not speak freely, and where saying certain things would get you thrown into prison. And they were like, well, we don't want that here. And by the way, in many parts of the world, including parts of the world that people might think are relatively similar to the United States, the speech laws are draconian.
England is quite different.
I won't name any countries, but...
England, why are we protecting them? They have no First Amendment. It's very easy to prove libel in England, whereas here it's almost...
I love England, but...
Yeah, you too, but I wouldn't want to say the wrong thing. Or
yes,
you could be sued easier. There are law in France. I think if you deny the Holocaust, which I think is abhorrent, but I also think it should be part of free speech.
Right.
You can be thrown into jail. Okay, so this...
I really can't emphasize this enough. We must protect free speech. And free speech only matters, it's only relevant when it's someone you don't like saying something you don't like, because obviously speech that you like is,
yes.
That's easy. So it's the thing about censorship is that, sure, for those who would advocate it, just remember, at some point, that will be turned on you.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Absolutely, it will. And if you're not wise enough to think that through, well, let's try it now. Be real careful with this. Because
think about the things that were done to President Trump
yes.
that now are going to be repaid.
Yep.
If Joe Biden lives long enough, when he's done, he's going to be charged with all kind of stuff and drugged through court, because now that's the thing we do. Used to, when a president left, you kind of left him alone. No one's above the law. I want to underline that again, but we kind of had this thing where we left presidents alone.
Well, and like he's talking about here, if you go out and try to shut down what people can express, and you think that's great, it won't be great when they decide they're going to shut down by the same, like Bubba's point, the same environment you create on free speech, just like we have done politically. That same environment, if you create it, somebody will find a way to use that environment that you created to shut you up. Yep. And then you're going to wish you never did it. And so free speech, even things we don't like to hear, even Jesus said that, everybody likes people that like them back.
Yep.
What really is a step forward is when you start loving your enemies. That's a little different.
That's a revolutionary.
Yeah, and on this thing, to say I don't want things to be said I don't like, well, anybody can do that. But those that maybe are wiser say everybody should be allowed to express themselves so I can continue to express myself. And I like to know what other people actually think so I know who to avoid and where the problems are. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 29 years and 4 months. Still going. Still going. And we thank you for being here with us today. If you have, if you're just now joining us, we've had all kinds of updates. So go back and catch those archives. MyPillow.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. 2.0 is here, Bubba.
2.0.
2.0. You know,
Bigger and better.
Lindell's like, how can I add to perfection? And then he found out about a new, probably developed by Elon Musk, a new temperature regulating technology that keeps you comfortable throughout the night.
That comes with solar panels.
Right, it does, to save the planet.
Yeah.
But anyway, we love ours. That cool surface, and no matter you lay on, it's cool. And we all sleep better when we got a cool surface. And in a cool environment, the new fabric dissipates the heat and humidity and gets a cooling sensation. And you have that surface temperature all night long. So you sleep more sound. So if you want to find out more about the buy one, get one free option on the MyPillow 2.0, go to MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so are we ready for this heartwarming story out of the minor leagues where, and is his name Maggie? Is that how you say it? Am I getting Drew Maggi? It's not Maggie.
Yeah, we covered it last week.
Maggie.
When he got called up to his first big league game, he'd been in the minors, 12, 13 years?
13 years.
And then this weekend, he actually got his first hit and first RBI.
Right. There was a man on third, 2-2 count, 7th inning, 12-0, and he gets a hit.
Well, the place is packed.
Well, it's 12-0.
Right.
Everybody's going home.
Into center field, Drew
Maggi.
Aha, it's Maggi. Like the Magi.
Books is having a major league hit and a major league RBI. 13 years of toiling in the minor leagues.
They're going to get him the baseball.
They're going to give him the ball. Well, yeah. Absolutely.
There's the man.
That I know it didn't have impact on
What
the
about
game,
that, Greg?
But it had impact on his life, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Greg.
No, that's
Greg.
Greg, anybody that
playing.
missed a show this morning to feed puppies has to feel
come
like
on,
that's a
Greg.
good story.
Come on, Greg. You're feeding puppies.
I'm doing it because y'all expect me to.
You're a new Greg. This is
No,
Greg.
it is.
We got a MyPillow 2.0. We got a Greg Burgess 2.0.
Yeah, he's got his hit.
Greg, you didn't think he could do it. You said he would never do it.
Nobody thought he could do it.
Nobody thought he could do it.
So
You didn't want him to do it, Greg.
I was reading a little bit more about this in the story, and it said that in the game it was postponed due to poor weather, and it was moved to a doubleheader. But because it says he got optioned, I guess in Major League Baseball, where I guess he was going to get called back down or something. I don't know. But anyway, because he was already named to the 27-man roster, he got to play in the doubleheader.
And that's where he got his hit.
I
heard he had something to do with the rain stopping.
Huh?
The weather. I heard he had something. He walked out there and it quit raining.
Greg, you're awful.
That's
Greg,
not
this is
true.
this is not puppy loving Greg.
Yeah.
Speedy, I'm reading
This is not
thing you
puppy
said.
nursing Greg.
Right.
You know what this is? Injured Greg.
No, I'm just
You tired?
having a
you
little fun. What's wrong with a little fun?
You got puppy suckling and you're tired.
Yeah.
You know how it feels to be a tired mommy dog now.
And and they're saying a lot of times organizations will call up a long-time minor league player to get his chance. Doesn't mean that he won't ever get back up, but I mean that's just what I read. It looks like he's not going to stay up. But
So he
who
got
knows?
another hit later on in the night.
Right.
All right.
And
Good
then
for him.
and a double.
Mhm.
But they say that may be his last at bat.
Yeah, yeah.
That they're going to probably
So
send
he's
him
going to go
down.
right back down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had the moment.
Of course,
Carl.
everybody's
He
like,
had
"Don't
the
send him
moment.
back down. Y'all are winning."
Yeah. He may be a good luck charm now.
So is he played the whole game?
I think it was a pinch hit in the 7th that
I don't know.
I think it was
Maggi.
but I don't know the
Maggi.
full story on that, but I think
I
there
know
was
we had 2 hits.
there was just more on it because
And
he
a
was
ribby.
already named to the 27-man roster, even though it was postponed.
Right.
He got to stay with them.
I heard that
How
he
the
now.
Pirates doing, by the way?
I know after 2 hits, he now wants to be called Drew Magi.
Rick Burgess.
Well, you always change your name to hip it up when you become a star.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Greg told him to give up on his dreams, but he never did.
That's so true.
No, I'm just look. I mean, he plays at that level. He's obviously a good ball player.
Well, yeah, Greg. Yeah, he is.
I'm just having a little fun.
Hey, Greg, it's a big moment, and I like
It's
that they
just
got him the ball.
when
I like it.
The story is, his first appearance.
Now remember this, because we saw it even on the movie The Wing and a Prayer. Okay, because I actually heard the guy's speech, and they probably shouldn't have played it because he said something that was in conflict with the storyline they actually used. It was incredible that the man landed the plane. Don't misunderstand.
Oh,
me.
I saw that movie. Really corny.
Okay, Greg.
Good night.
It was. Have
This
y'all
is not
seen
the
it?
day.
Hey, look.
Yeah, I saw it.
Hey,
You
Rick.
think it was a little corny?
I did.
Boy, he's really coming
Hey,
in
if you're
hot
gonna,
for a
if,
guy
you, if
fed
you're looking
puppies
for a
this
kind
morning.
remark
I know
from
you.
him,
I know you thought it was corny.
no.
Greg, I wasn't going to talk about that.
Look,
What I was trying to say is this.
Negative dog
When
is
they
growling.
do the Drew Maggi story, the movie, he will hit a key hit.
That's
that
true.
That scored a winning
You're
run
right about that.
in the storyline.
Yeah.
Because they always do
you're
that.
right.
And of course, Greg.
What did they do in the flight?
Well,
They actually crashed?
They claimed in the movie that he had a hard time landing because of wind, and he had to do it over. And then they unfortunately played his speech of how God miraculously got him to the ground. Well, if you listen to what he said in the speech, he goes, and another miracle, there was no wind.
Yeah.
And he goes, and that was like miraculous.
Oh, so the wind was. Oh, you're right.
In the
They
movie,
had to make it a little more exciting.
in the movie they had a crosswind.
Can I ask?
But
Can I ask
but
Greg?
he
Which
actually,
by movie standards is not that big a stretch.
yeah, and I don't think that he actually, when he came back around, it shot him in the middle of a thunderstorm either.
Oh yeah, probably not.
No,
I forgot about that. By the way.
Look, it's an incredible story. Don't misunderstand me.
but-
And I like this because this guy's worked his butt off. He got there. He'll always have that baseball. Got no problem with
It
it.
could be the Moonlight Graham, Greg. Where he never got a hit.
Here we go into that horror movie.
But anyway, Greg calls Field of Dreams a horror movie. But anyway,
It's a
because
ghost story.
we got it, but most people don't see it that way.
Gosh almighty.
But I will go back to this though. In the movie, it will be a key hit.
It will.
And
It
and-
will.
Oh, Rick,
It'll
you're all over
be
it.
3-2, bottom of the
Right,
eighth.
right.
They need to, they need a run here or there.
I do have to ask Greg a question. Out of that story, can you find anything good about it?
Yes,
I mean,
I'm
at
just
all?
having fun.
we need to.
Well,
We need to.
I honestly thought
What,
Well,
what,
man's
do you,
been-
what do
been-
you find good about it?
Good, the fact that he spent his whole life right there at it, looking, and he finally got there, and he made. Look, that's a great story. I was just having fun. No, I mean, like it would have been better if he won the game.
Yeah.
Been a better story.
I really thought
but this
you
is still a
probably-
big deal.
It's like you when you got promoted to lineman, Greg.
It is.
a little different.
Right.
I give you a pass on this. I do. They may not, because I immediately went to the 12-0 and Wise. I wish it was a bigger deal than it was. Get all that, but you destroying the other story that we're going to do later is unacceptable.
I was
I've got
kidding
it right
about
now.
that.
I thought we.
Hey,
were
but listen, but you got to admit this, and nothing. All
go.
kidding aside,
Here comes the
I'm
butt.
proud of this guy.
Here it comes.
And he spent his whole life. I mean, wow, boy, he hung in there, didn't he?
He did.
That's a long time.
Yeah, career minor
at one
leaguer.
point. But anyway,
But
in today's world,
There it is.
we'll make a bigger deal. Like we
yeah.
talk about standing ovations about stuff that really didn't get one.
Right.
But you got to admit, we love this kind of stuff.
Greg, I will
Today's
say
world.
to your point, the
And
standing.
we'll act like it's right up there with Hank Aaron's 715. or
No,
whatever.
nobody said that.
doing that.
I'm not saying y'all. I'm talking about
Leave
society.
Hank Aaron out of this.
hey, what's wrong
Nobody
I'm not
ran
talking
on the
about y'all.
field to shake his hand.
Don't
Do
bring
you-
Hammer and Hank into this.
Any feel good or whatever
so,
story.
so there's nothing
we're
in
all
you that
about.
goes, oh man, that's pretty cool, and then you
No,
move on
it
with your
is.
day.
No, yeah, I
But-
thought it was a good thing.
But Greg,
After all that,
but Greg, but you have to understand most.
But did
people-
we not make a bigger deal out of stuff? I guarantee there's a lot of guys that's played in minor leagues for many years that got pulled up that they didn't get
Greg,
the coverage he got.
Greg, you're
I don't know
right.
about
Greg,
13
you've come in
like
here
that.
mighty harsh.
I'm
You
just talking about
forgot
the
to miss
history
the
of
first 3
baseball.
hours today.
Greg, Greg, you come in here. We did not leave a stray dog on your porch. And while you're punching us,
Yeah.
I do not know.
I'm just saying
It
we
ain't
overdo
that-
everything.
It ain't that poor guy's fault.
We overdo everything.
This is what you get when you start acting like this. Now, this is what you're gonna get every time.
I'd like Adler to play the play-by-play over this song.
Greg.
Oh yeah,
Into center field.
8 of them.
Officially goes into the record books as having a major league hit and a major league RBI. 13 years
That'd be fun.
of toiling in the minor leagues.
Oh, look, they're saving the ball, Greg.
There's the ball.
Have you noticed
I would do that.
with his helmet and
He
and-
deserves the game ball for that.
and glasses on, he
not
looks
the
a little
game
bit
ball.
like Drew Brees.
He does a little bit. He does. I love him. Oh, Greg, he deserves the game ball.
Have it.
No, Greg, it's look. But to your point, your point is valid. The standing ovation's completely lost its significance. And I've noticed too, out of the last 10, you got to hear this speech I've been sent. 2 of them were good.
Exactly.
8 of them were mediocre.
Exactly, because you get a lot of those.
Yeah.
Hey, look at it. Remember the Little League guy years ago?
Hey, man, whatever you do, you got to listen
That's
to
my
speech.
point. We
Right.
don't demand excellence.
Right.
So now we're there with that hit.
No, I'm good with him.
Okay,
I'm,
now
I
we're
did,
over.
all
We got
that
Hank
was
Aaron
just to make
involved,
y'all
and we got
uncomfortable.
somebody making a speech
That was just to
involved.
make y'all uncomfortable because I know how Speedy is. It's his story, and he's all about it.
Now you got it. It's my story.
Well, Greg, the hits continue.
I don't want you to destroy this one.
Would you
buddy.
rather me not play this one since Greg's here?
No,
now?
I want his
see it.
reaction. I've already heard it. He's already destroyed it for me.
Yeah.
We tried to get this in before he got here.
Yeah.
And we couldn't get it in quick enough.
I think
I'm just
Lisa
saying
called.
we don't demand a lot
Is
of
this the
excellence.
draft
We've had this
story?
conversation
Yes.
before.
Yes.
I think this is a great
It's
story.
fantastic.
I'm
Oh
sure.
no, it's dumb. Why are we even doing it?
We'll
No.
be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Stories still on the table that we have not knocked out. You want to Greg's out of the room now. Do you want to
we
try
can
to
do
the
this
study?
now while he's out.
Yeah, we've got this had to do with the NFL draft.
Yeah, in the Cowboys, their director of scouting, Chris Vaughn, got to draft his son, Rick, as the 212th pick in the draft in the 6th round. He's a Kansas State running back, Deuce Vaughn, and he got to do that. And it was documented, which would be pretty cool to get to draft your son.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you
What if he asked him, why didn't you draft me sooner?
I'll tell you, I could imagine.
Oh, wait, Greg's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Well, I'm just saying.
There he is back, Greg.
Is that all you do?
You remember him? I remember he's, about 5'5"?
He's really good.
Yeah, I remember him.
He's a two-time consensus All-American.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good ball player.
Greg, I just think the phone call was
NFL
awesome.
scout, long-time college assistant, works for the Cowboys now, and Deuce is on his way there.
Dad threw out the measuring tape and the stopwatch here, and just went with what he knows in terms is going to be a great football player.
Oh, yeah.
There's his dad on the left. That's awesome.
Look at him.
Look how emotional he is.
That's amazing.
Can you imagine you spend your whole life in football and your son is drafted to your team?
Man, that is awesome. How good is that?
Yeah.
Hey, look, his kid can play too now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I'm giving a minute for just to watch his reaction, but
I got you.
He is an absolute firecracker of a football player. I mean, I love watching Deuce play. Yeah, he ran a 4.6 at his pro day. I get it. And actually, I shouldn't say it. At the combine, he ran a 4.6. There were reports he ran in the 4.4s at his pro day. I really don't care. He was just one of 5 FBS players since 1996 to tally 3,600 rushing yards and 1,250 receiving yards. That's who he is. He's Mr. Versatility, right? He only played in 3 seasons at Kansas City, but he joined Darren Sproles and Tyler Lockett as the only
let him make the
Wildcats to
call.
surpass
Yeah, that's
5,000 all-purpose yards. So, what's not to like?
What do you think about that? He's on the phone with Deuce. How cool was that?
I'd love to get this audio.
How do you think that phone call's going? That's cool. Do you think he answers when he sees Dad?
We got to find
Yeah,
what I
thought
want
that
to
was
see is
the
the
clip.
audio from
I
from
think he
Dad.
asked him if he wanted to come to work with Daddy on Monday.
No, he did. It's pretty emotional.
That is
Pretty
good.
emotional call.
That is good.
That's cool.
Just
Greg, just be quiet.
Greg, we're going to show you that.
again. Can you
We're
just
gonna show you
say,
the video.
"Oh man, that's cool,"
That
and
is
then move
Time
on
to
with your
feed
day?
puppies, Greg.
Right, Greg. There's
Here it is.
Of course, they told him to stand up. He already was.
Here we go. Listen,
Greg,
don't miss this.
Greg.
Okay.
A lot of people are that height, Greg.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Hey, it's going good. This is Dad. My phone wasn't working. Look at here, man. You want to come to work with me next week?
Oh.
I wouldn't mind that. I got somebody want to speak to you. I got somebody want to speak to you.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and then Jerry Jones then talks with him.
Give Greg that line.
Oh, I'm sure Greg's already told me the line.
Here's Jerry Jones
Part of
talking
the
to him.
Dallas Cowboys is standing here with a tear in their eye.
That's a great point.
We're so happy to have you.
What about that? What about when that happens? What we gonna see?
Well, what I really want to say, you earned every ounce of me being able to make this call. I'm so excited. There's just something magical about this moment that may be bigger than we even realize here talking to you on the phone. But you is now a Dallas Cowboy. Your daddy just handed the card in.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
That's amazing.
Greg, we're very emotional. Dad crying.
Yeah, we get that roster down to 45.
Greg.
No, I'm just saying it's going to be tough.
Do you know what
He's got the stat. He is a smaller player in stature, but he's got
Yeah, two-time
incredible
All-American.
numbers. Yeah, I mean, you don't get that just because you were a starter and had a good game or two.
No, that's why you're picked 212. But how about this? Because your people go, we got to take a chance on you. But there's been many players that have very similar skill sets that do quite well.
Oh, yeah. Like me.
Like
the mosquito.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You done with the mosquito?
Yeah,
Hey,
that was
the
my
atomic-
name.
the
That
atomic
was my
mosquito.
name.
That's right.
Yeah.
Turkey Bowl, watch out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
You rush.
Dynamite comes in small packages.
Boom.
It's tough. It's a tough league. It's a
You know
tough
what
league.
else comes
It
in
is.
small packages?
It is.
Small packages.
Right.
Right.
Right. Right. You know
I'll
what
leave it alone.
Well, what
Greg,
started
you know what else
all
comes in
this?
small packages? Snacks. Not full dinners. Not full
100
lunch.
calorie
Look, I'll tell you
almonds.
this. he might make it and surprise
Can I-
everybody,
hungry.
or he could be a star in the USFL or XFL.
Can I tell you
never
how-
know what's going to
Darren
happen.
Sproles had a great career.
Don't forget
I
about
mean,
Canada.
Yeah, true.
Right,
That's true.
Absolutely.
Well, the good news is now you have a lot of options if you're a pro football
See,
player.
this is the Greg in us. We already got him cut.
It's going to be tough for anybody.
Can I tell you
picking
about my
sixth
hallway
round to make
experience
the
with
team.
Greg?
I mean, I'm not saying they won't, but it's going to be tough.
I just was trying to make conversation with Greg because I know he's had a long weekend.
He has.
And I simply said, hey, how about that story? Because I thought where I can go with Greg is a football story. We can both agree on
Absolutely.
something,
Yeah.
and I'll get his mind off the puppies.
that was
That's
smart.
what friends do.
Get my mind
Okay? That's what I thought I would do.
I was trying to help.
So I was trying to help him. So we're in the hall, and I said, hey, did you hear about the Cowboys drafting? That's pretty special. Dad getting a call. What? Nobody drafted him 220. His dad had to pick him up.
No,
That's what
I
he
was
said.
just-
That was the first thing he said to me.
I
and
was
thought,
kidding.
Well, you know,
I was trying to have a heartwarming moment with my buddy.
Let's use a dog analogy. Let's use a dog analogy. You don't go over to a dog when it's been hurt.
I know.
I know.
I know.
Because
You're right.
It'll bite you.
You're right. I knew better.
Yeah,
I knew better.
Hey,
I'm
he's
kind
down
of digging
right
this,
now.
Greg.
Heartwarming stories are for me and Speedy, not me and Greg.
And can I warn you? and
It'll
this is-
pass out and need surgery.
Right. Well, listen. This is what you don't understand. See, he for him being ill about something and ranting is actually therapeutic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You're
if you
right.
give him anything right now, he wants to destroy it because it's almost like throwing something and breaking.
Did I help, Greg?
Yeah, it did. It made it a lot better. I appreciate the effort.
Right. Yeah.
Nah, look, I mean, it's a good moment and all that, but I'm just, like I say,
There goes that bud again.
Yeah, you cannot say
it's going to be a
anything without
tough,
the
it's
butt.
going to be, I mean, he makes squad, but it's going to be tough.
Acknowledge.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
But,
Except the NFL.
yeah, right. A lot of big, strong, fast people in the NFL.
NFL and
Running
NBA
after-
seems to disagree with that statement.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I guess the game, who they play in the semi? Georgia? Who was it they were in this year?
No, they beat Texas Christian in the championship game for the conference.
That's what I was watching.
Yeah,
he was good.
He was very good.
By the way, did anybody pick up every time he touched it? You thought he might go all the way.
Well,
Really
you couldn't
fast.
see him. All of a sudden, he comes squirting out the
like
other
a
end.
Tyreek Hill.
Well, Greg, it goes
Yeah.
back again, and
A little slower.
Yeah.
I don't know too many that run a 4.2.
Yeah. Of course, right now we have
No matter how tall he is.
Right now we have offensive tackles that can run a 4.6.
Okay, Rick, I got it.
But listen,
That's true.
That is true. Listen,
Tyreek Hill can run one with a hurt foot.
Right. Yeah, or backwards.
But did anybody ever?
Do you want me to ask the uncomfortable question?
Oh, here
we go. You just now to it?
I'm just saying. Everything the same. And probably they would have. Do they take him if his dad's not on the staff?
No. I'll answer that emphatically.
I'm not saying
somebody else might. But they don't.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying he wouldn't have been drafted, but
let's say we're down to a guy and you go, well, he's as good as him. You know.
But him being an All-American,
He's got the numbers.
It made it look better.
It did.
Did anybody ever pick up Dugan? Max Dugan?
Oh, the quarterback, yeah.
Because he went
Steve
undrafted.
the Pirate.
Yeah.
From
TCU.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know
I saw where the Kentucky quarterback
Georgia
went to Titans, right?
Yeah, the
Georgia
second round,
quarterback
he was like the
got
first or second
drafted.
pick.
Did he?
Yep.
Yeah, he did. I saw it. Rams.
Did anybody ever pick up Dugan?
So the Rams have two former Georgia quarterbacks now.
I remember when everybody was surprised about Dugan, and I said, you didn't realize he wasn't the starter to begin the season. The guy got hurt. He was a true freshman. That's how Dugan got the start. And he had not started up to that point.
It's true.
And they lost 65-7 in the national
Yeah,
championship.
that was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'd love to have him on my college team.
Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and